T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Hey, morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. What are you guys all excited about? Jeez. Haven't you heard about Melvin Capital? Oh, you guys, I know you all woke up. You all woke up and you probably saw it. You're like, holy shit, what's going on with this volume? Good morning to every single one of you guys. You guys are blowing it up today. I was just telling my wife, I said, um, when this happens, it's going to be really difficult for me to keep up with what you guys are saying. Um, for those of you guys who are regulars here, you know how difficult it's going to be for me. I'm going to have a hard time keeping up. So I want all of you guys to act like moderators around here who are regular and you know what's going on. Help me out a little bit and help out new people who are coming in. I don't know. Just act like a good community like you always have. Be welcoming. I don't really have. American Trader says, it's okay, Casey Shaw. Most of the time, we don't want to talk to you anyways. That's how I'm going to treat it then. So I'm going to go ahead and link this up in the top here for those of you who don't know how to get there. I'm going to go ahead and put this up. I will not be streaming live for the Q2 meeting. Seems so weird to me to be documenting history and not recording that. But this link that I just pinned to the top is it's the link to where you can find how to get into the webcast for the quarterly meeting. And in case you wanted to listen to it by yourself, you know what, this has been a community thing this whole time. Duncan said no. This has been a community thing this whole time, guys. I would hate to see you watch this or listen to this by yourself. I would highly encourage you to find a community someplace. It's like watching 4th of July fireworks by yourself. That sucks. My mom did that this year. Oh man, that was a story. We were trying to get everybody all in the same location, and she was like completely on the other side it was a long story. Anyways, it's like watching 4th of July fireworks all by yourself. Kind of sucks. It's better to be with people, especially when you spend a lot of time with those people. But I think I'm gonna stick to it, Duncan. I think I'm not gonna record it. I'm gonna do my typical times that I normally do. Thorblade is saying he wants to see Adam Aaron do a BOGO offer: buy one movie ticket, get one free share. That'd be pretty nasty. John Bennett seems to be pretty happy over here. We're gonna be cool, guys. Remember, Fonzies. We're gonna be a bunch of little Fonzies around here. We're gonna be cool. Rosalie, good morning to you. I use a cell phone to get my numbers. My AMC price is always higher than your screen. Right now it shows 1920 and your price is 1821. What you got to remember is right below the price. That's yesterday's closing price right there, Rosalie. Right underneath it, and it's probably too small for you to see because you're on your phone, but right underneath it is 1920, up 5.44%, and that's showing the pre-market underneath. So that's what that is. It's right underneath it. It's some green numbers that are right underneath, but they're probably really hard to see on a phone. MCon, I don't think I'm going to broadcast the Q2 meeting. Roadster Guy, good morning to you. Boss Blunt's channel will have the interview with Highcroft CEO, and then we'll stream the earnings. That sounds like a great spot to hang out. Rosalie, not a problem. Not a problem at all. I need new eyes. I want to get back to my 2020 vision that I used to have. Yeah, St. Renee's dad says, great morning, good cup of coffee, and a nice little run. My wife's out picking up coffee right now. So I haven't had coffee yet, guys. I haven't had coffee. I'm waiting on it. Thorblade says, we've been tracking E-Classic pretty closely. It looks like once we hit low 20s, we'll probably see a few days of consolidation. Hope I'm wrong and we run, baby. Casey Shaw, you should stream it, brother. We love it here. Yeah, I know. So there's something really important that I've been trying to maintain throughout the entire time this last year that we've been together. Year and what are we at now? Year and a month. Urine. We've been in this together for a long urine and a month and a couple of days now. And one thing that I've strived to try to maintain is continuity, keeping things the same, constant, and not wavering from those things. So I think that it's probably pretty important to continue to keep that up. I know it sounds really weird, but I think it's really important. Easter Beast says, good morning, just bought my first pre-market shares. Congratulations on your new shares. Remember, guys, that don't do anything that you wouldn't have normally done throughout this entire process. You know, just because some things are changing a little bit doesn't mean that you need to change what your habits are. Remember the rules, the 3 golden rules that we have here. Only buy shares with money that you don't need in the foreseeable future. Rule number 2 is buy and hold. And rule number 3, only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading, cash account, no margin account. I think those things will help you. JP saying, what do you think? Options trap? Maybe. I was trying to decide between. Oh, thank you, hon. Oh, they have donuts now? Oh, okay. I got a donut and a coffee. So I almost had a different title this morning. As I was trying to think of what it was I wanted to say to you this morning, and and then I suddenly realized I was like, with Q2 earnings report coming, there's you gotta put that in there. It's like that's got to be the title for the day, right? I mean, you can't not put in Q2 earnings report as the title for the day. So, but I wanted to talk about something else. I wanted to talk about a story called Briar Rabbit and the Tar Baby. And the reason that I wanted to talk about that is because I think that there's something very, very important to relate to what it is that's happening to us right now. And it stems from what you're talking about right there, options trap. I think options are kind of a tar baby a little bit. And every time we punch it, we get a fist stuck in. And no matter how hard we try to pull that fist out, we end up just getting more stuck. So I was going to talk about that, and I was going to read the story because I found a very brief telling of the story. And I hate reading. I would have to put on the glasses early. I probably could read through this in 5 or 10 minutes. You guys want to hear the story? Yes or no? Let me see how many people want to hear a story. Sharma, good morning. All right. You guys are saying sure. All right. Let's hear the story. I'm going to put on my glasses. I'm doing it early, and we're going to read this story. Let's read it. And then we'll go into numbers afterwards. It's pretty short. It's not very long. But as I'm reading this story, I want you to think of the tar baby as options. And there was something, we were born, this whole community was born off the idea of buy and hold. And I want you to think of buy and hold as the briar patch. And so when I read this story, I want you to think of the tar baby as being, again, options. And I want you to think of the briar patch as being buy and hold. All right, here we go. Time to read a little story. Briar Rabbit and the Tar Baby. A Georgia folk tale retold by S.E. Schlosser. I'm probably ruining that. Well now, that rascal Briar Fox hated Briar Rabbit on account of he was always cutting capers and bossing everyone around. So Briar Fox decided a capture and kill Briar Rabbit if it was the last thing he ever did. He thought about it until he came up with a plan. He would make a tar baby. Briar Fox went and got some tar and he mixed it with some turpentine and he sculpted it into the figure of a cute little baby. Then he stuck a hat on the tar baby and sat her in the middle of the road. Briar Fox hid himself in the bushes near the road and he waited and waited for Briar Rabbit to come along. At long last he heard someone whistling and chuckling to himself and he knew Briar Rabbit was coming up over the hill. As he reached the top, Briar Rabbit spotted the cute little tar baby. Briar Rabbit was surprised. He stopped and stared at this strange creature. He had never seen anything like it before. "Good morning," said Briar Rabbit, doffing his hat. "Nice weather we're having." The tar baby said nothing. Briar Fox laid low and grinned an evil grin. Briar Rabbit tried again. "And how are you feeling this fine day?" The tar baby said nothing. Briar Fox grinned an evil grin. Oh, and he laid in the bushes. I already said that. Sorry. It's hard to read. Briar Rabbit frowned. This strange creature was not very polite. It was beginning to make him mad. "Ahem," said Briar Rabbit loudly, wondering if the tar baby were deaf. "I said, how are you this morning?" The tar baby said nothing. Briar Fox curled up into a ball to hide his laughter. His plan was working perfectly. "Are you deaf or just rude?" demanded Briar Rabbit, losing his temper. "I can't stand folks that are stuck up. You take off that hat and say howdy do, or I'm going to give you such a lickin'." The tar baby just sat there in the middle of the road looking as cute as a button and saying nothing at all. Briar Fox rolled over and over under the bushes, fit to bust because he didn't dare laugh out loud. "I'll learn you," Briar Rabbit yelled. He took a swing at the cute little tar baby and his paw got stuck in the tar. "Let me go or I'll hit you again," shouted Briar Rabbit. The tar baby, she said nothing. "Fine, be that way," said Briar Rabbit, swinging at the tar baby with his free paw. Now both his paws were stuck in the tar, and Briar Fox danced with glee behind the bushes. "I'm going to kick the stuffing out of you," Briar Rabbit said, and pounced on the tar baby with both feet. They sank deep into the tar baby. Briar Rabbit was so furious, he head-butted the cute little creature until he was completely covered with tar and unable to move. Briar Fox leapt out of the bushes and strolled over to Briar Rabbit. "Well, well, what have we here?" he asked, grinned an evil grin. Briar Rabbit gulped. He was stuck fast. He did some fast thinking. Uh-oh. Hold on a second, I lost my place. He did some fast thinking while Briar Fox rolled about on the road laughing himself sick over Briar Rabbit's dilemma. "I've got you this time, Briar Rabbit," said Briar Fox, jumping up and shaking off the dust. "You've sassed me for the very last time. Now I wonder what I should do with you." I should use some cool voices. Maybe if I read this again later, I'll use some cool voices. Briar Rabbit's eyes got very large. "Oh, please, Briar Fox, whatever you do, please don't throw me in the briar patch." "Maybe I should roast you over fire and eat you," mused Briar Fox. "No, that's too much trouble. Maybe I'll hang you instead." "Roast me, hang me, do whatever you please," said Briar Rabbit. "Only please, Briar Fox, please don't throw me in the briar patch." "If I'm going to hang you, I'll need some string," said Briar Fox, "and I don't have any string handy, but the stream's not far away, so maybe I'll drown you instead." "Drown me, roast me, hang me, do whatever you please," said Briar Rabbit. "Only please, Briar Fox, please don't throw me in the briar patch." "The briar patch, eh?" said Briar Fox. "What a wonderful idea. You'll be torn into little pieces." Grabbing up the tar-covered rabbit, Briar Fox swung him around and around and then flung him head over heels into the briar patch. Briar Rabbit let out such a scream as he fell that all of Briar Fox's fur stood straight up. Briar Rabbit fell into the briar bushes with a crash and a mighty thump. Then there was silence. Briar Fox cocked one ear toward the briar patch, listening for whimpers of pain, but he heard nothing. Briar Fox cocked the other ear toward the briar patch, listening for Briar Rabbit's death rattle. He heard nothing. Then Briar Fox heard someone calling his name. He turned around and he looked up the hill. Briar Rabbit was sitting on a log, combing the tar out of his fur with a wood chip and looking smug. "I was bred and born in the briar patch, Briar Fox," he said. "Born and bred in the briar patch." And Briar Rabbit skipped away, as merry as cricket, while Briar Fox ground his teeth in rage and went home. Take it for what it's worth, guys. But we have a tar baby among us, and it's called options. You can punch it, you can kick it, you can headbutt it, but don't eat it. Don't step in it. Don't step in it. You don't want to step in that. We were born and bred. We were born and bred in our briar patch. That's how we were started, with buy and hold. That's it. That's all we got to do. It's never been anything more than that. It's been simple the whole time. But time is supposed to be on our side. It's only not because of conditions that we put ourselves in. So remember the rules, remember the briar patch, and remember the tar baby. Doge Cult member says, "Can you do green eggs and ham?" Normally, Future Will, I would agree with you. I would. But unfortunately, things have changed, and I see where the money's going, and I know what's happening. What we have here is something much, much different. And it's more advantageous for me to tell people that the options are bad. It's advantageous for our community than it is for me to tell people, if you're losing in options, don't play them, because nobody who plays options thinks that there's a loser. Nobody wants to admit it. So the money is going into long institutions' pockets. That's where it's going. The people who are making the most money out of what's happening with quick rises in price and drops are people who are collecting the premiums. And they're also the ones who are lending shares for those option plays to occur. And once you follow the money and you understand whose pockets are getting lined right now every time they raise the price and drop it right back down again, the sooner you'll realize what it is, what it really is, and what's happening. It's different last year. If you would have asked me the same question last year in June or May of last year, I would agree with you. I would say, yes, options are the way to go. We have something totally different happening right now, though. Oh, yo, they have a lot more than that. But yes, the kitchen sink is still out there. Future Well, you're suggesting that everybody can be like you, and not everybody can. And I congratulate you and say that's awesome. Keep up what you're doing. I'm glad that you're winning. But the sad truth is that not everybody's winning in the options. So don't make assumptions that everybody can be like you. You be you, but I'm not going to tell everybody that they should buy options, because I don't think that's the responsible thing to do. We're playing in the house, man. We're playing in the house. I should have used really cool voices for that reading. It's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. That's fine, Future Whale. We can agree to disagree. That's fine. I'm totally cool with that. I'm still your friend. I'm not gonna just because we don't see eye to eye doesn't mean that we can't. We're not still in this for for some of the same similar reasons. So I'm with you. Alrighty, let's take a look at what's going on here in our market. I'm gonna log into my broker and we'll take a look, see what our numbers are. I remember when I was a kid, probably in around first or second, no, it was probably second grade when I first heard that story. And it had a lot of impact on me. I don't know why, but the story really, I don't know, kind of made me understand why people react the way that they react sometimes, and human nature, I guess. Sometimes you don't know when to stop punching things that are unhealthy to punch. All right, I've got it updated, guys. If I don't see what it is you guys are writing from here on out, hold those thoughts specifically for me, and let's go through these numbers. Starting with the top left-hand side on price prediction tallies. Yesterday, oh, my notepad went away. Hold on a second. My sticky notes disappeared. There they are. Yesterday I had 16 to 19 for price prediction. Eric had 16 to 19. Keto had 16.13 to 19.13, and Monty had 16.51 to 19.51. We all got price tally points because price closed at $18.21. Let me give everybody a price tally point. We have a three-way tie going in today. I thought there was a chance that we might lose one of us in this in yesterday's price predictions, but we all maintained, which is good. Today's going to probably be even harder. Short exempt volume. I haven't even looked at this yet. I have no idea what this short exempt volume is going to be, but let's see what it is. 266.1. 266.1 thousand. So cut in half. Yesterday we were up 8.01%, and that makes it 3 of 3. 3 days in a row of higher than 5% increase in price. Let me go ahead and change the color to green. Two out of 3. Max Pain. We started out this week with Max Pain at 14.50 on Monday and Tuesday. Yesterday was 15. Today, I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's probably up to 16 now. $15.50. Not quite. $15.50 is Max Pain for the day today. Let's see here. Total off-exchange values for the end of the day yesterday. The totals ended up being 56.86 in the off-exchange and 14.16 in the EDGX, which is super, super high. 71.02% of our total volume going through those two off-exchanges alone. Taking a look at Ortex data here, guys. Let's see how we fared. They want me to log back in. Wouldn't you know it? Give me 1 second. Utilization is still showing up as 100%. Let me check the date and verify the date. August 3rd is the date, and so we do have a new high of 123 straight days of utilization being 100%. We'll take a look at that data some more here in a few minutes. Institutional ownership, I forgot to cover that one. Institutional ownership was 191.169 as of yesterday. Let's see what it is today. 191.136 million. It's a little bit lower than it was day over day. And let's take a look at the options here. Do note they did open up 3 new strike positions above, what's the number, $30.50. They opened up 32. Oh, they opened up another 3. So $30.50 was the high as of let's see, as of Tuesday night. Wednesday morning we woke up in 31, 31 and a half, and 32 were new strike positions that were opened. Today there's 3 more new ones, 32 and a half, 33, and $33.50. There's actually quite a bit of open interest was opened yesterday on a $32 call strike, 1,000 contracts to be exact. But I'm still looking at the original 30 and a half. And at 30 and a half yesterday, there was 4.5 thousand contracts. Today, there's 5.3. Taking a look at a $20 strike price, the highest amount of open interest yesterday was 12.3 thousand contracts. Today, there's 14.2. And on the puts at let me just verify this, but it was yesterday was 13. Holy moly. Yeah, so they closed out a bunch of short interest under $13. So yesterday was the highest amount of, oh no, they didn't. They didn't close it out at all. In fact, it's up 100. But the new high for short interest, or sorry, for put positions for the strike is $15. It went from 4.7 thousand contracts at 13 to 12.2 thousand contracts at 15. So the market is suggesting perhaps a close for the end of the week somewhere between $15 and $20 now. Give me just a second while I move a couple screens around here. All right, let's take a closer look at some of the Ortex data here. There's your utilization at 123 straight trading days of utilization being at 100%. We're going to zoom in just a tad bit here. Take a look at on loan amount. It decreased day over day. It went from 135.48 to 131.76. So a decrease of almost 4 million. Like 3.7 million shares down. On loan average age per day, usually when you have a decrease in the amount of shares that are on loan, that number should go down unless they're new loans compared to the ones that are still on loan. Yesterday that wasn't the case. Today that's not the case, so this number is still rising. On loan average age day per over day is went from 59.86 to 61.72. Looking at estimated short share interest of the free float, that also dropped as well from 18.96 down to 18.7. Security lending volume day over day did decrease from 19.76 down to 13.92. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently was in 12th yesterday with 43% buys to 57% sales. GME came in at 30th with a 50-50 buy sell ratio. Failure to delivers today is 8-4. The failure to deliver started decreasing, starting shortly thereafter. So you can already see from the reporting from 7/14 that failure to delivers had kind of been, most of them had been found already, and but the T35s that would have been expiring today have been mostly reduced, and there's less pressure going forward. SSR triggers at $16.39. Shares available to borrow is 300,000. Looks like they didn't do a whole lot of borrowing in the middle of the night. They did do some returning. They borrowed 50,000 shares early this morning, and then another 350,000 shares here. So 400,000 out of the availables, and we'll call this 50,000 shares out of the ETFs. I'm rounding a little bit here. So 450,000 shares so far borrowed this morning. We had 5.45 million borrowed yesterday. Fees are at 6.8%. 78.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 63.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 65.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 2.59. Dow Jones is up this is yesterday's data. I'm mainly looking at what happened overnight on the other side of the world. Hang Seng was up 2%. FTSE China was up 1%. Shanghai was up almost 1%. Mostly green. Anything that was down was very marginally down. Fractionally down. Mostly green on the other side of the world. Let's take a look at our futures real quick here. Futures are looking up, but that's including the VIX as well. The VIX is showing some upwards momentum on top of all the markets opening up as well. So the market may open up, but may not stay that way. Tesla's up 1.44 in the pre-market. Amazon is up 0.64, Cinemark up 1.44, Doge is up 0.75, Bitcoin up 0.41, GME is up 0.21, HYMC is down 0.97, Hood is down 1.84, NCMI is breaking even, and AMC is up 5.44% in the pre-market. Inflow versus outflow, we had roughly 36 million. Yeah, it looks like $36 million more in outflow than inflow. So far this morning, we've traded about 111,000 shares. My volume prediction yesterday was way, way off. Our total volume yesterday only ended up being, by the very end of the day, 41.5 million. I said 70 to 90, so I was way high. I was way, way high. I'll do better today. I'll do much better today. But I'm expecting more volume today, for sure. Taking a look at the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.74, which is just slightly above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.96, which is above average. On the hourly, we've had there's only been like one point where we haven't been overbought on RSI since the beginning of the 8th, or of the 2nd rather. So we're going into day number 3 of trading on that 1 hour with RSI very high at 82.28, signaling overbought. And the Vortex indicator is still signaling that there's still more buying pressure than selling pressure at this point. Taking a look at the 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.46, which is above average, and having double topped for RSI this in the pre-market. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 58.49, which is above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud. Conversion just hit base. Let me just make sure. Yep. That is a sign usually to try and exit your position. Anytime you have conversion line dipping down into the baseline, that's a little bit of a sign of weakness. Lagging line is well above price line. The cloud seems to still be getting bigger. Let's take a look at the 4-hour. 4 hours still very, very strong. We got lagging line above the price line, and we have price line briefly at the end of the day yesterday. And I know that some of that data that's in that last candlestick right there is false data, but most of the data all above the conversion and baseline is looking very strong there. We do have a crossover of more green cloud coming in the futures, which would be, let's see, this is Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week, potentially a crossing through point below the cloud. On the 4-hour, we printed a TD9 and barely moved down. We just kept ignoring it and kept going up. If there was a handle on this thing, it was hard to see. It was definitely hard to see because it would have been like right here, and there's not really a handle here. So looks like TWE was right. Trading with emotions, looks like you might have been right on this one. And if it's because we're following what Ethereum Classic did, so be it. That's the way it is. I'm still kind of expecting a handle here. I just pulled up Bollinger Band for the 4-hour just to kind of see where we're at. You can see we were crawling up the top side of the Bollinger Bands. They are massively opening. That is a lot of volatility. I'm going to take away the Bollinger Bands here for just a second and just show you. At the end of the day yesterday, I was calling for a potential bullish triangle. And it didn't quite break out either direction over here. It was almost like attempted breakouts that never really formed, and then you had a breakout right at the very end of the day. And then look at this line right here, and how well in the aftermarket hours, which I have not seen in a very long time, how well this line was respected. It's got a touch point here in the aftermarket hours. You got a touch point here in the pre-market open hours. This line is being respected extremely well. I'm just going to hold that there and see how long it's going to hold that line for. And with that, I can see what you guys are saying again. Dana, good morning. Rose says this isn't a cup, it's just the shape of Casey's beard. Dynamite says, good morning, Apes. Is this the end of the line for today's roller coaster? We'll see. Monty's got a price prediction in at 1856 to 2156. Thank you, sir. Ken Gross? I feel like you probably pronounce it Gross. Ken Gross, good morning to you. Maggie says, I am betting it has something to do with Highcroft. AMC's new NFT bears Highcroft's name. Highcroft will release breaking news today at 4 p.m. just before Adam Aaron gives the Q2 report. I know Boss Blunts is talking about doing the interview, having the interview or playing the interview before the Q2 earnings report. And I'll probably head over there to listen to that. That's probably where I'll be. Rico's saying on the 4-hour cup was started way back, and the thing that we think is the cup is the handle. Let's check it out. It's possible. So maybe he's saying this is the handle right here, and the cup is this point right here from here to here. If it is, it's a nasty looking cup in here. I can see where he's saying that this is your high point right here. It looks like you've got the top side of the cup is over here, the other top. But this is the nastiest looking cup I've seen. If I went to a daily, it might look a little bit better. That is just nasty. It's a nasty looking cup if that's what that is, with a George W in it that didn't produce. What will I say about it? Let's check it out. What's this high right here? 1837. So we got a bottom on this cup of 970 and 1837. Let's check out the math and see if it works out. $4.33 should have been the downside to this from 1837, which would have been $14.03, and this went down to $13.80. So it's close. It's very, very close. It went a little bit further than the halfway point of 1403. That's possible. It's very, very possible. That's hard to see though. If that were the case, then 1837 37, adding the amount to that, then that would put us up. Our target point or our target reach for the end of that pattern should be 22.7 or thereabouts. Robert, my name is Casey. And I live in Austin, Texas. Well, I actually live in Pflugerville, but I say Austin, Texas because nobody really seems to know where Pflugerville is too much, and it might as well be Austin, Texas. It borders it. Myself, the cutoff period of time where everybody else is allowed to put in their predictions, and no, the answer is no. Usually Eric's the last one to put in every single day. I always put mine in at the same time every single day. It doesn't matter when everybody else chooses to do it, but the deadline or cutoff is market open. So I always put mine in as soon as I come back from my break, and I've thought about that in the past, but I try not to pay attention. Like once I write down their numbers, I forget about it. And it's really, believe it or not, with ADD, that is simple for me to do. It is easy for me to put in some number a single time and choose to forget about it. But it's for most people, they go like, how in the world you can't do that? And it's like I actually can. I legitimately, like, I could tell you right now that I can only remember. I think I remember an 18 in the numbers that I put in for Monty, but I can't remember the rest. I mean, if I can't remember the cents or anything like that. I mean, I just try to forget it. And does it is kind of easy for me to do. But yeah, I've told them before that if they wanted to change their numbers after I put mine in, that they're more than welcome to. So if they want to try to throw me off with like a number prediction and then change at the last minute at the end of the day, or or just before, not end of the day, but before market open, then they're more than welcome to do that. Maggie, I've not seen his last video. Roadster guy says Pantheon has a prelude video out of the interview with Highcroft CEO. Yeah. Fred said, "Did you say Hooterville?" I said Pflugerville. It's yeah. It's not Hooterville. Pflugerville. Hey, Robert, it's okay, man. Don't worry about it. It's not a problem. I don't uh I don't get anything out of this, so not worried about it. Myself says being able to forget things is actually a gift. You know what's interesting, myself? It's not. You would think so. I can understand your perspective because I want to try to remember things. When you're on the other side of it, there's definitely advantageous periods of time to forget things, and I'm not gonna lie, that's true. It does tend to be a gift sometimes, but let me tell you, when you've set down your wallet someplace or your keys someplace, and I know probably a lot of people go like, "Oh, that happens to everybody," and I go like, "Well, yeah, but have you ever lost your wallet 4 times in 1 month? Like just straight up lost your wallet because you set it down maybe on top of your car and drove off, or because I have. I think it was 4 times in a single month that I lost my wallet. Maybe it might have been 3 times. I don't remember. It was too many. It was way too many. The people at the DMV were starting to learn my name. And I'd walk in. Hey, Casey, how's it going? Did you forget your wallet again? Yeah. But there's definitely more disadvantages to not remembering things than there are to remembering. Yo says there's always a free lunch at Casey's place, and we thank you. Thank you. Thank you for holding and being a part of this process. Pokestick. We had 124,000 shares going into this. Thank you for saying Pokestick. We've got 240,000 shares so far out of the Pokestick, with 124 going in. So we're looking like we're going to beat 360, 241. 247 and climbing. 250, 250, 250. 250 it is for a grand total volume of 371 going into this. That's really nice volume. I'm going to predict, let's see, 255. Let me do some math. Now, let's see. I think 75 million shares is probably what we're going to hit today, traded. So I'm going to give myself some breathing room and go with I'm going to do 70 to 90 again, I think. No, I'm going to go 60, 80. 65. Okay, final number. 65 to 85 is going to be the number. 65 to 85 million in shares traded for the day today. Supertramp's only lost his wallet once. Man, I wish that were the case, man. And I've had some cool things in some of my wallets in the past. I had a really old silver dollar that I used to use as a marker for my cards when I played poker. Lost that in one of those wallet losses. It was a really old one too. Really old silver dollar. It was over 18 something. I don't remember what the year was, but it was old. It was like 1865 or something like that. I don't remember what year it was, but it was really old. Keto 1813 to 2113. Got you down. Highcroft earnings are out, NJ Fishkiller says. Nope. Okay, never mind. It's just the 10Q. Yeah, I was going to say, because I don't think that there are earnings reports until next week. So I would have been surprised if that would have been the case. Oh my gosh. I can't imagine driving around on a motorcycle with a beard. That grosses me out now that I think about it. Like all the bugs that you must trap. That's so nasty. Is that is that lunch or is that a leftover bug? Hmm. Oh, yep, that's a bug. Ugh, gross. Yeah, Rose says Highcroft isn't due until August 15th. They moved it back from the 8th. Doge Cult member says wife and I blame each other all the time for where the TV remote is. Hun, you still up here? Oh, she went back upstairs. Alex says eat the bugs. That's so gross. Ugh. Charles, it could be a good day for that. Let me pull it up real quick here because I don't think I logged in the data um for yesterday, and we didn't hit 85. We didn't hit 85 yesterday, so I think the 5th is the end of this week. Yeah, I'll just leave that. Total volume for yesterday was 41,581 500, which was down 2% day over day. Our price increase was we had 1821, which our price increase I think was 9 point something, 9 point or 8.01. Is that right? Yep, that is right. It's 8.01% increase. We are not in the below yet. Not based off of those numbers. The 8.01% is kind of cool and everything. And price, this is a very unusual thing that's happening right here. Price is not relatively the same to our going in price here. But we may see a big spike in volume and price here that's going to show us that we're definitely outside of the bang and into the below. But I have to say though, this is very unusual to see price this high before moving into the next phase. Keto says bump it up to 1839. Gotcha, sir. Done. War Dog says that's why you never see a biker smile. Robert says Ameritrade says HYMC's earnings today after hours. Hmm. Uh, that's a great question myself. I have no idea. Good morning, Jay. Thorblade is saying 1839 to 175.53. That's my price prediction. Let me just check the news here real quick and see if there's anything, any hot topics that are going on about AMC. And I'm talking about mainstream media only. Nothing there. Let's see if Adam Aaron's posted anything new since I last checked. Nope, nothing new from Adam Aaron. Don't see anything else much going on here with this. Let's see how the markets are still looking. See if they're still shooting for opening up. Okay, they're starting to settle down a little bit now. According to the futures are showing marginally up, very, very marginally up, 10% like at the max, 0.10% at the max on most of the different future quotes on like the Dow Jones, S&P 500, Nasdaq 100, Russell 2000. They're all showing like less than 0.1 for the most part, and then VIX is up right now 1.24. So they're starting to head towards a negative opening. 2 weeks, Yoceris, 2 weeks. Good morning, Michael Roberts. I think it's interesting that even our pokey stick of volume, for the most part, respected this level of resistance here on this line that I've got that's going up. That's kind of interesting. It has been, guys. I can't even tell you how long it's been since I've seen price movement that's respected some kind of support line heading upwards in the aftermarket and pre-market hours. This is like unheard of. We have not seen this in forever. Michael Roberts says, "Hey, do we get to count the layoffs at Robinhood as a market collapse yet, Casey?" No. No, we don't. Nice try, but no. We're gonna have to see that a return on the SPY, moving under 410 and fast. I'm gonna move out to the daily on the. Let's get rid of the Bollinger Band here. If we see the SPY move drop under 410 quickly, watch for that thing to just drop like a rock. But when it broke 410, I said there could be a little bull run here on the market. Whether or not it's a bull trap is the question. I thought we were redefining recession. Dre Mullins, good morning. Yeah, this is pretty unheard of movement in the pre-market, especially to hold the support line. So in the aftermarket, or close to the end of the day yesterday, I drew out a what was kind of a bullish triangle where this bottom line was was touched multiple times before the end of the day. We had a little false breakout here of the top side, and then a retracement down to the bottom side where it did another what I would say is kind of a false breakout, and then it really started taking off. But if you look at this, if you look at the support line right here, you've got 3 touch points here. In the aftermarket hours, you got another touch point, and then in the pre-market this morning, a touch point, and even our pokey stick of volume right here that happens every single day had a touch point. So we've had multiple touch points on the support line going upwards. I can't even I don't remember a time. It's been so long that I can't remember the last time that we've had upwards movement in a pre-market like this. Usually it just trades sideways, you know. It trades sideways in the aftermarket hours, and then you see some activity in the pre-market. That's how it's been for a long, long time. So this is very abnormal. Wow. So I'm kind of going over some of the news here that I'm seeing on Reddit. Look at this. This is posted by TD Ameritrade on Reddit. If you like our astronaut friend and haven't quite, if you like our astronaut friend, haven't quite made it to the moon, don't give up. Get a custom education from TD Ameritrade and learn ways to invest, even if you have a little bit of debt. I wonder, how do they suggest that? This is I don't even know how to say that name, but Xiznit, Ixnit. I don't know. They posted that on Reddit. Here's another one posted by Poopy Pants 2021. I love the name. That's hilarious. Bank of England warns the UK will fall into recession this year. That was posted an hour ago. Let's see who the article's by. Who wrote that article? Doesn't say. The Bank of England has warned that the UK will fall into recession this year as it has raised interest rates from 1.25 1.75 in a bid to curb soaring prices. It expects the economy to shrink in the final 3 months of the year and keep shrinking until the end of 2023. Short squeeze trading signal was generated based on the recent price increase in the high shorting level on AMC, according to Ortex. Let's check that out real quick here. Short squeeze type 3 signal. Recommended holding days is 2. Last time they had one of these, they had a Type 2 and a Type 3 in March. Actually, they take that back. They also had that same signal on March 27th, or May 27th rather. They had a Type 2 and a Type 3 short squeeze signals on May 27th, and then also on March 22nd. And there was a short squeeze Type 3 on February 28th. But the issuance of the short squeeze Type 3 was issued on the 3rd. Available in 4 days. The previous trigger says this trigger was loss making if held for 2 days. The loss was 11.23%. The one that was triggered in March says here that if you bought in at that point when they had the signal, you would have made around 10.79% in profit. So it's not always accurate. Thorbladed says, have you seen the comparison of the '08 SPY to now? If history repeats itself, we're about to see some serious crashing real soon. I have, man. We've done a lot of contrast and comparisons and from the past. And yeah, I know what you mean. Duncan says, at least the UK is honest about it instead of redefining recession. Dynamite says, well-renowned journalist Poopy Pants. American Trader says, excuse me, I got a cough again. American Trader says, all the UK has to do is fix and redefine what a recession is. Duncan, you're not wrong there. I mean, everything is really kind of transitory. At some point, it will stop. Jeff, if you're talking about our pokey stick of volume that we had, that happens every single day at the same time, every single day. We have a big movement. He said movement. We have a big movement every single day, right at the same time. It's what I coined. I coined as the pokey stick of volume. It's not real price movement. Fish killer, we can. So a little bit of weakness on the 1 hour, and it's because the conversion line joined up with the baseline, and that's not a good thing. That is a sign of weakness. However, price is above both the conversion and the base, and the lagging line is above the price line, healthily above, and also the price is well above the cloud as well. But that conversion line hitting the baseline is kind of concerning a little bit. If we move out to the 4 hour, though, everything's much healthier looking on the 4 hour, as we have lagging line well above price line. The only reason that this candle wick right here touched down on the conversion is because of those false reports of pricing that we get through what is it, JP Morgan or whatever it is that uses the I can't remember the name of the exchange, the FINRA exchange that they use. So I wouldn't count this candle wick right here. So price is well above the conversion and the base, which are well spread apart. There is a bit of a green cloud opening up here in the futures. I think that's Thursday next week. Let's see, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, Thursday. And price does like to kind of move down through the thinner portions of a green cloud. So there may be a period of time here where we're moving up over the next week and then seeing some downwards momentum shortly thereafter. But this is very bullish looking right now as it stands. Nosa says, Casey, do you think they will be able to control the price and drop it to max pain tomorrow as usual, or you see a possible gamma? Man, I don't count on gammas anymore. Not after knowing where I think the money goes. I don't see gammas. I see the market in control of moving price, and if they want this thing to start moving, they'll let it. So I'm not into like we're no longer in that same conditions that we used to be in before, where gamma squeezes were a thing. Otherwise, we would have ripped when we went up to $34.33. Why didn't we gamma then? Right? It's because there was no pressure there to be applied, and when the pressure was applied with options, the price immediately moved back down because there was only money there to be collected. When there's money there to be collected, it stops continuing to move up. When there's no money to be collected, it naturally moves up on its own because that's where the market says, okay, if I've got no money to collect here, then I'm not going to move anywhere, or I'm just going to let the market do what it needs to do. So Gibber says, hey there, Casey, stupid question. There's no stupid questions here unless you ask them twice. Just saying. I'm on night work, so I just woke. I may have missed you answering this earlier, but can AMC be halted pre-market? I don't believe so. There are specific conditions that could be halted in pre-market, but not by normal conditions. Not anything normal. And I'm talking about like an event where the SEC basically like comes in and stops everything from trading. So there are conditions that could occur that could stop pre-market trading. So I can't say no, but under normal market conditions where there's not some kind of unprecedented thing happening, the answer is no. There are certain conditions when a stock is going through a split or something like that. There are conditions like that are unusual that do cause halts in market trading on a security. So what you're talking about there, Doc Airline, is not normal. It's not a normal condition. It's an unprecedented, or not unprecedented, but unusual condition that occurs that causes something to happen specifically. Yeah, normally when there's an announcement that there's going to be like a split or something like that, usually they stop trading on a stock. Just another ape. Good morning to you. We're gonna be cool. We're gonna be cool. Just another ape. We're gonna be like a bunch of Fonzies around here. We're gonna be cool. Manjit. Good morning. Bjork says, "Good morning, Casey in chat. Calm and collected. That's how I'm feeling." All right, I think I'm gonna take my break here, guys. Tom Hardy says, "Morning, Casey. I heard you live in Pflugerville. I live in San Marcos. Let's get a beer. Come on up. Come on up, and we'll grab a beer. I'm down." Brian, you're welcome, man. Just remember who made this all possible. Is my wife. So when it comes time to you to buy me a drink, don't buy me the drink, buy my wife the drink, and I'll be okay with it. I'm all right with guys buying my wife a drink. It's all right. She's cool like that. I understand why you'd want to. Michael Roberts says, "Casey, I just want to say thanks for all the good people that you have recommended to us for listening, whether you agree with how they use their special powers or not. And you're welcome, man. I'm here for different reasons than other people. I'm recording history, and I have certain things that I kind of want to I value, and so I understand what it is that you're saying, Michael. And that's why I want to make sure that people, if you have something about options, I can point you to like Mediocre Trader and say like, oh, you can go watch Mediocre Trader and ask him about options, or I could say, maybe you want to know about HKD or whatever the hell it is, and I'll be like, oh yeah, if you want to know about that, you can go see Tony's video or whatever. I don't have, there's no like, I'm really just one of you guys. If there's someplace that I would want to get the information from, I'd probably go someplace else as well, and I'd watch what they have to say about it. But I do my own research and I talk about certain things. So, but I don't have any problem pointing you guys in. If it's something that I'm not planning on covering or something I don't plan on talking about, I'll point you in the right direction if I can. So, you know, don't feel like you need to be stuck here. Just don't feel like that ever. I don't ever want you guys to feel like that you're stuck here at all. Yeah, I do. I do, Nosa. I had him on here not too long ago. Actually, there's the video is still out there if you want to see it. It's under my helpful videos. He goes by Darth Walt on. Actually, I think he's changed up his name since then, since last time we talked. But on Twitter, he goes by Darth Walt. Well, be cool, Alex. Be cool, like a Fonzie. And we still got just a little less than an hour to go here. So I'm gonna go ahead and take my break. Give me just a second while I put up my message. Y'all were saying the music was kind of. There's some people that were saying the music was getting a little kind of rowdy, little kind of violent. So I'm gonna try and pull up a different playlist for the day today on the music. I can't type. Piano jazz. MCon's making a request for piano jazz. Let's see if I can find some. Hold on a second. Let's see what we got here. The problem is, and you know, I like the idea, MCon, but the thing is I've played jazz music before. Jazz is not for everybody. It really just isn't. It's not like not everybody likes jazz. You either love jazz or you hate jazz. There is no in between. It's either it is something that you like or you just don't like. And so I've done it before where I've played jazz and everybody was like, "Get this crap off." Like people just could not stand it. Like, dude, it's like jazz is kind of one of those things where like it can make people violent. Like people who don't like jazz makes them violent. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. I don't understand why it is. I think it's the complexity of the music. There's some specific tones that are hit in jazz that are just kind of off tones, and it causes people, I think, frustration and angst inside. And it can make people uneasy. So I understand where it comes from, and if you understand music theory at all, it makes sense. So you really kind of have to be like kind of an extreme music enthusiast to really kind of enjoy jazz. So let me try it. We'll try it out and see what happens. You went to Berkeley? Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Rand Dizzle says dissonance. That's exactly what it is. It's dissonance. It's an unsettling feeling that you get from no completion of what's the word I'm looking for? Rand Dizzle is actually going to be able to help me out here. You're not completing the end of the structure of the melody. So there you go. Rose says it, lack of melodic structure. That's it. And it really causes people to have this like this angst inside. And yeah, there's no resolution. That's it. That's exactly what it is. And people really, I mean, they get super uptight when they don't even realize it. People don't realize how uptight they get when they're listening to jazz music, but as a musician, I can tell you, I can see it in their faces. I can see the people's faces who don't like jazz the minute that they start having to listen to jazz. It's insane. It's the craziest thing that you ever see from a musician's perspective. Watching people who just don't like jazz, their faces start to contort, and it's it's really funny to watch. It's really funny. I think Rand Dizzle might be a little bit of a musician here. Welcome to the channel, Rand Dizzle. All right, let's try this. Let's see if this playlist here is any decent. I'm actually going to stick around for just a second to see how it sounds, because I've never played from this playlist or not, and just see what it. If it's really really bad, I'll move on to something different. Let's see what it sounds like. A little bit of hip hop mix in there. It's the beat too. The beat gets people. It's not that bad. Maybe I'll just leave this. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you back here at 8:15 before market, 15 minutes before market opens, and we'll cover my price prediction for the day today. See you guys in a bit.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
All right, guys, I'm back. I saw that somebody had mentioned something about like, Jabib says, I believe the interview that Boss has with HYMC is pre-recorded, right? That is correct. It is pre-recorded. Good morning, Pro Jeweler. Good morning, Grandpa Barney. I need to come up with a price prediction here, guys. We have been respecting amazingly in both aftermarket hours and pre-market this morning the support line here that's been in place since at least like early in the trading morning yesterday. It's been that line has been there for quite a while, and we've been supporting it quite nicely. Price prediction for the day. Let me see here. I'm going to do the same prediction I had yesterday. I'm going to raise it 25 cents. 16.25 to 19.25. All right. Let me see read off to you guys what everybody's predictions are again, just to refresh everybody, get it in your minds what it is that we've done for our price predictions. I've got 16.25 to 19.25. Eric usually he gets to me a little bit later than he did today, but let's see. He sent me a text. Let me see what it says. He says 17.20 to 18.20. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, 2020. 17.20 to 2020. Keto's got 18.39 to 21.39, and Monty has 18.56 to 21.56. So we've got quite a bit of a spread here. I've got as low as 16.25. Monty has as high as 21.56. I think we've got our bases covered. We'll see what ends up happening for the day to day. Our market futures are. Let me refresh them. They're sounding like a pirate. Our future markets. Let's see what they're set for. Kind of mixed. Some down, some saying down. Tech's is a little bit up. Mixed markets. Excuse me. The VIX, however, is showing up 1.37. On here, I'm only seeing 0.87% in the up in the pre-market on the VIX. GD saying, am I seeing it right, or does GME look like the same movement in pre-market? It's quite possible. Does look very similar. Jabib says 17 or 21 to 24, then dropped to 17.25. Yo says, Casey, did you draw that line with RESPECT on it? No, I did not. Hedge Trimmer says the playlist was fire. More music like that, please. All right, we'll keep that playlist going for a little while. See how long we get before I start getting complaints. Hey, and if you guys like it, you like it. That's cool. So I had somebody remind me of something that I forgot to kind of touch base on a little bit. Um, uh, did you guys happen to see that Kenny G? No. Did you guys see that Ken Griffin was listed on, or he was subpoenaed for the trial for Twitter and Elon Musk? I'm not sure if you guys saw that or not. I don't know. I haven't looked into that whatsoever, so I'm not sure. Um, I'm not sure what happened or what is happening with that. I'll probably have to kind of dive in a little bit and see what it is that they're requesting a subpoena for. Ross says, "Where is Trey's Holy Grail line? 22." I don't know actually where his line is. I'll tell you what though, my line has always been at 20. Um, it's always been that way. It's never really changed. Rose says, "Yet another chapter in the KG Book of Crime." Can't wait to see how he's going to testify, or what they have, what it is specifically they want him to testify about. Michael Roberts says, "Casey, my dad always gave me a great mantra. You will never be disappointed if you believe everything always happens for the best. Um, it's gotten me over the tall hurdles. Example, Adam Aaron will always remember." Um, I guess I kind of live life like that. I say everything's for a reason, and I try not to be disappointed by outcomes. Um, and that's why oftentimes you'll hear me say a lot, "It is what it is." That seems to be one of my more favorite sayings as of late. Is "It is what it is." There's not really anything you can do about it, so there's no point in fretting over it. You just deal with it. Joe, we've been seeing a lot of this stuff, and I haven't actually confirmed the data in the pre-market, but we've been seeing a lot of it mostly in the aftermarket hours. But I would assume that this is the same ADF trading that's going on by JP Morgan. Now they're doing it in the pre-market. I'd have to check and verify, but I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Captain Awesome saying that he is being investigated for influencing the price of Twitter while Elon Musk was agreeing to buy Twitter. Good morning, Kim. One love for life. 71 says Casey Kenny G is being looked at for price suppression. Imagine that. Well, I hope they build a good case on him. I'd like to see what he has to say, and I'm looking forward to seeing the testimony. Yo says Ross is saying, oh, he's talking to Yo. Never mind. Jeff says, Casey, what's that big drop? Yeah, that 2 minutes ago drop right there. A couple minutes ago was I think those are probably trades going through the ADF exchanges, which is FINRA. I'm gonna have to verify that. I haven't actually confirmed it or not yet, but I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Infinite liquidity has been a known issue for a long time. There's lots of research on it out there. Alrighty, guys. Time to get this market started. I'll see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Cockles go.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg
and you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. We're up 7.3% for the day. We're going to act like a bunch of little Fonzies here, though. What do Fonzies do? We're cool. We're cool. Let's be cool. Keto says, Casey, whatever song you play the day we break 30, you should play until MOASS. You know it's going to be Pussycat. You know that, right? Just wait. I'm waiting for the right day for it, Keto, but it's coming. I'm going to hit you guys with the Pussycat song. It's coming. You're going to be like, wait a minute. Hold on a second. 1 day. Okay, fine. 2 days. What's going on here? 3 days. Oh, you're going to get pissed. Oh, man. It's good to see you guys. Welcome to a new day, a new morning. Today is the quarterly second quarter earnings report at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will not be streaming the quarterly earning report. There are lots of other guys out there who will be streaming it. I plan on probably going and watching maybe a little bit of Boss. Well, actually, I'd probably like to see the whole thing. Probably going to see the HYMC interview on Boss Blunts, and then maybe I'll stick around there for the earnings report, which I hear that he's going to be live streaming as well. So if he's got a live going, I'll watch it there. That's probably where I'm going to head over to, but we'll see. I don't like being tied down to being committed to going to one place to watch. I like moving. I'm a free bird. I move around. I get around. I see lots of things. I do stuff. And most of all, what's really fun for me is going around and seeing you guys. I like seeing the comments you guys are saying other places. I think it's fun. We're up to $19.72. Guys, remember, there's going to be people who are going to be wondering what the heck is going on here. Remember, we've had, as far as price improvement goes, we've had a 5.56% increase on Monday. Tuesday, we had a 9.69% increase. And Wednesday, we had 8.01% increase in price. This is going to get noticed, right? People are going to start noticing this kind of stuff, and they're going to be like, hey, what's going on here? And if they know that you're actively involved in this, they're probably going to be asking you questions. Remember those 5 wise guys. Those 5 wise guys. I've actually included my 5 whys in the description here because I want people who come and who are new, I want them to know that. I didn't realize that I had up to 5,000 characters that I was allowed to put in, and so I put in some more stuff in there. But I think it's important for people to understand why I'm here. So remember your 5 whys so you guys can be wise guys. Doug, good morning. 20 to 23. Sounds good. I think you would actually have the highest prediction. Yep, you would have the highest prediction out of anybody that's predicted so far out of the group of us. Micah says, I love my 5 whys. Share 'em, Micah. Feel free to share. I don't mind you sharing. You don't have to. Don't feel like you are pressured here. Don't share if you don't want to. They only need to be for you. JC only has 3 wise guys. Casey has 5. That's because I need more. I need more of them. Carlos says, good morning, Casey. Wish you a good day today and to all AMC family. Thank you, Carlos. Appreciate it. Janice says, I'm so happy to be off this weekend starting tomorrow. Judy, one more day sweating in the tin can mail truck at 1,110 degrees. That is hot. That is really hot. I don't want to give away. I know where you're at, Jana, but I can't believe it's that hot over there. That's insane because I know where you're at, and that's supposed to be a really nice temperate area. So I'm surprised that it's that hot over there. Thourbladed says, Jana is my mail lady. Oh, yeah. Captain Awesome says, my 5 whys will be the biggest philanthropist moves this world will ever see if everything plays out right. And he also said, ran out of popcorn eating salted boiled peanuts and dew. Casey, why are the candles doing thing? Why are they doing thing? Why are they doing thing? Where flat red line? Why number green? I don't. Those sentences don't make sense to me, man. I'm having a hard time with that sentence. Those three sentences there. Hedge Trimmer says, my first why is tear down the current financial system so we can rebuild it on the blockchain. Second why is financial freedom for apes. Third why is to put away the financial terrorists destroying our planet and forcing us to into wage slavery. My mom said, why is price bouncing around so much and volume so high? This could be the blow of suck squeeze bang blow. We've had compressed volume and pricing for a while, and this is the blowing part of that compression of that 4-stage stroke engine, and this is the exhaust, essentially, the aftermath. What was the fifth? I missed the fourth and fifth on hedge trimmer. Where's fourth? I haven't seen the fourth one come in yet. Micah says, I'll share one of my whys. My daughter is going to marry an amazing guy. I want to provide them an amazing wedding and honeymoon. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. Earnings are after hours. What was the predicted volume for today, Casey? I've got predicted volume for the day today between 65 and 85 million shares. Fourth why for hedge trimmer is save companies that should not be forced out of business because others cheat the financial system. I like that one, man. I like that one. That was, back in the early 2000s, that was one of my big ones. I was really pissed off because there were some good companies back then that were just not. It just wasn't fair. And I know my mom's always said this to me my entire life. She's always said, "Whoever told you life is fair lied to you." Well, damn it, I understand that. I get it, but it's not right to see good business being pushed out of business. I understand when they make bad decisions and they become financially distressed. That there should be a place to where they could be forced into making better decisions. But if investors are investing in the company and they believe in the company and the company can turn around, then they should be given the opportunity, and that's not always the case. Thorblade says, I just pray MOASS doesn't happen yet because Janet will stop being my mail lady. Gotta lock in those digits before MOASS. Wow. Wow. Thorblade is trying really hard here, Jana. Hedge Trimmer says, fifth why is to F the hedgies, literally just to F them because they suck. I mean, they've gotten away with a lot of market manipulation, a lot of it, and I do think that there is a place, hedge trimmer. I didn't 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I didn't think that there was any place in our markets for hedge funds. Over time, I've actually started to realize that there is a place, but just not how they conduct business currently. George says, put that on a shirt. Yeah, whoever told you life isn't, whoever told you life is fair lied to you. Yeah, no kidding. It's true. Life isn't fair. Danny says, hedge trimmer, I was going to use your whys to explain to my class, but the fifth why made me change my mind. myself asked, is that place behind bars? Maybe for some of them. But I actually do believe that there's honest and hedge funds out there that are conducting business the right way. And I think that there's a place for them. It's just not all of them, not the big ones. Sam says, "Can you get a sound machine and record the screw the hedgies on it?" You guys are more than welcome. All of my everything that I have ever done is all open source and free to you guys. So you're allowed to copy, edit, make fun of, uh, do whatever it is you want to do with all of this. It's all free. It's all yours to do what you choose with. I won't hold anything against you if you want to turn it into a parody. Turn it into a parody. I don't care. It's all good. Everything. It's all free game. Ro, we've got. I reported on the short squeeze level 3 signal on Ortex. That is correct. I can just say it whenever I want to, Sam. Screw the hedgies. Screw them. Casey better not copyright us like Metallica. Yeah, I can't play Metallica on here. I got a strike. I got my video removed for playing Metallica. Apparently they're real against me playing their music for free, even though I'm not making anything on it. Weekend Warrior says Merrill Lynch broker did not give me GME dividend. They told me the dividend and stock split is in one. Such BS. Doug is saying Casey never asks since I'm numbers average percentage wise on your suck squeeze bang blow theory. Oh, wait, hold on, it disappeared. What's the average blow time on days before it goes back to suck? It actually goes to a cooldown phase. There's a cooldown phase between cycles, and I don't have that number, but I can get it for you. The average amount of days, I can get it for you. If we want to look at it together, we can go through it real quick here since we got some time. Give me just a minute here while I kind of look at these. The very first one that I have written down here is 11/9 of 2020. That was the first cycle that I recorded. The blow on that day was 1 day. So let's start writing these down here so we know. This one was 6 days. Dang it, that sucked. Hold on a second. This one was 6 days. Hold on, I gotta write this down somewhere. That was from 122 to 129 of 2021. The next one was 5 days, and it was 312 to 318. The next one was 7 days, and that was from 524 to 62. This is back to 1 day on 824. One day on 1217. Five days in March, from March 22nd to the 28th. And then our current one that we have not seen yet. Now, what I want to suggest to you is this: look at if I just kind of slowly drag through here, you can see how long the suck, the squeeze, and the bang are on this cycle. They're very, very long in contrast to some of our past ones They were much, much shorter. So whether or not we average what we averaged in the past may not be the case because this cycle is much longer than the last ones. But let me just go ahead and do the math for you since I've got all of them up here listed now. 3, 6, 7 cycles that we've been through so far in a year and 8 months or so. Oops. Hold on a second. So the average is about 3.71 days is the average. Let me see what you guys are writing here. Forgive me for falling behind here, guys, but this is gonna happen. Start happening more often, guys. The more people that we have in here. So just bear with me. I try to answer as much as I possibly can. Let me try and read through here. Salty Dog says a better saying: "Life isn't fair, but you can be." Oh man, I like that. I like that too. Jeff says generational wealth, spend more quality time with my kids and grandbabies, take care of all the peeps who got me here. And it's only 3, man. Oh, here we go. 4, give back to the charities, volunteer at the animal shelters and food pantry. 5, try and contribute and fix a broken system and get more involved and become good at the stock market. Get good, sir. That's what the kids say nowadays. Get good. You're welcome, Doug. Is this bang for this period of time here? Let me see. Right now we are on day number. Hold on a second. We started 626, and I don't believe that we're out of it yet. So this bang is 28 days. The one previous was no, too far. 34 days. Carlos says, Casey, it's sad to see your business go away, but it's horrible to close because can't pay extortion. Wait, what? To criminals, and that's what happens in my country to us, and we hope to do wonderful things here without any work. I'm so confused by that. It's sad to see your business go away, but it's horrible to close because you can't pay extortion. I think okay, I think I see what you're saying. You're saying in general, yeah, okay. As a business, so you're saying you're a business owner. It's sad to see your business go away. It's due to extortion. I get it now. Yeah, man, that's messed up. Yeah, not a problem, Doug. Due to, same thing. Due to. Captain says, "Is it for you?" I know, man. I'm telling you, Captain. It feels like you're waiting for Christmas, right? Like there's so much stuff to watch at the end of the day today that we're all excited for. It's just like, just rush the day over. Let's get this done with. Let's see what everybody has to say. I think, hedge trimmer, and I don't mean to get political here, but I think one of the things that I'd like to see have happen is um, there was a point in time where we had taken corporations out of being able to donate to political parties. I kind of want to see that go away again. I understand why it helps and why it may be good, but at the same time, I don't think corporations have any. I don't think they should have any bearing on what or the impact of political figures and their running for positions. So I want to see that kind of go away. I was sad when they brought it back. I really think that we need to keep corporate America out of our elections. But that's just how I feel, and I don't think everybody has to. You don't have to agree with me. Um, it's okay. It's just how I feel. But I want to get rid of that. I really do. I want to see politicians run on uh, what they want to say and what they want to do, and let corporate America be separate. Wall Street's blind eye says it's like waiting for dark to come on the 4th of July. Is that the day? Is it literally the 4th of July in Alaska where the nights start happening, or they start getting their nights back? That's kind of weird. That's one of those cool trivia things that I did not know. Yeah, Monty says corporations are people too. Not really. There's people within corporations, but corporations themselves are not people. And the idea there, I think, is that that they have money. There's power behind that money, and I hate seeing their influence of the corporations influencing our politicians. Javi the Great, good to see you. Doug is saying, Casey, do you think that the market will be more fair with less dark pool fluctuation during election time or after? I don't know that there's going to be any change in that. Um, we'll see. I don't have any reason to believe that there would be any off-exchange change in flow, the amount of volume that's pushed through it just because of elections, but we'll see. I mean, it's a good. I think I understand where you're going with that thought process, and it's very possible that we might actually see more less volume going through off exchanges and actual markets kind of taking over price movement based off of actual buying and selling pressure. It'd be interesting to see if that does occur. Junito, how's it going? Junito, I feel like every day you come in here just to say hi to see if I'm going to mess up your name or not. And I appreciate that. Believe it or not, I really actually do appreciate the fact that you come in here and just say hi, just so I can try and get your name right. It makes me it makes me it makes me happy. It sounds strange, but it makes me happy. Captain Awesome says, Casey, it's another why for me. I believe MOASS could be the first step to get corporations out of the pockets of politicians so that they fulfill their roles without being bought with re-election funds. One of the things we have to be really careful after this is all said and done is that I think that apes will have a much bigger presence in everything that they do, and we have to be very mindful of making sure that we're not influencing things with money. I think that's really important. But it's that's a topic way down the road. We'll talk about that way later. Yeah, I'm still working on finishing my coffee here, Doug. Doug. I feel like it's been a while since I said your name like that. Alrighty, guys, it's 9 o'clock. It's time to take a look at the numbers here and see where we're heading. Junita says, "I'm waiting for the day that I can call you an a-hole." you can call me an a-hole anytime you want, man. you have suffered enough. You have suffered enough to you have the right. You have the right now to call me an a-hole. Forrest says, "Can you do us a favor and buy the float, please?" Yeah, sure. Let me get right on that. All right, let me take a look at the numbers here, guys. I'm gonna stop reading what it is you guys are writing in here, so just hold those thoughts for a few while I run through the numbers for the first time since market open. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could help protect you from somebody accessing your account that you don't want in your account. Now is a great time to experiment with it and see if you like it. If you don't like it, just take it off. You don't have to keep it there, but it might be worth looking into. I would hate to see people run into issues down the road where somebody accesses their account and sells off their position or something like that. Who knows? Who knows what happens, right? I don't want to see. I don't want to. Actually, and now's a great time if you guys aren't already doing it. Every time when you wake up in the morning, I highly encourage you guys to take a picture of your portfolio and store that in a file someplace on your computer. Shouldn't be that hard to do. You can put it all right into a folder and just label it a date and just have a picture of your account. I think that's another very important thing to do. I haven't actually started doing that myself. There was a period of time where I was. I'm going to probably start back up again here not too long from now. It's great to have for your records. All right, let's take a look at these numbers that we got going on here. Actually, let me do one more thing. One more thing. Hold on. Whoa. Hold on. Move a couple pages over first. Getting ahead of the game. All right, first things first. Starting with price prediction tally points for the day. We have a three-way tie. All of us have predicted four-way tie. Sorry, I was looking at the number 3 and said 3. We have a four-way tie. Each of us having 3 points for the week, so nobody's gotten price predictions wrong for the week so far. This is just 4 apes having a good time trying to figure out, keeping ourselves sharp, trying to figure out where price is moving to within a $3 range. And so far, we're doing pretty well for this week. We did pretty well for last week as well. I have 1625 today to 1925. Eric has 1720 to 2020. Keto has 1839 to 2139. And Monty has 1856 to 2156. It's going to get harder. As price starts moving up higher and higher, it's going to get harder and harder for us to start predicting those values. Short exempt volume was down. It was nearly cut in half day over day from 400 and some change to 266.1. Utilization still at 100% with 123 straight trading days of that. Day over day price increase was an 8.01% increase in price. I have not added up. Let me add this up real quick here. Over the last 3 days, our combined increase in price is 23.26% over the last 3 days. We are definitely meeting the conditions for day over day price increase without me even trying to modify that. We have 2 out of 3 green indicators We're waiting for the last one, which is, in my opinion, I'm actually changing it. I know it says target. I'm keeping True Demon's original target of 3 million, but I'm going to change it to green if it hits 1 million. I think we only need to see 1 million because I think his numbers were MOASS is triggered. I want a warning. I want to say to you guys, we're getting there. So 1 million is more than enough for me, I think, to be able to say that. But we're not there yet. Max Pain right directly below me down here did increase to 1550. We had 1450 on Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday was 15 and today is 1550. Off exchange, let's see where that's at. I expect usually around 44% through the off exchange and 10 to 11% through the CBOE EDGX. We currently have 46 point. Oh, wow. These numbers are actually much lower than normal. And where they should be, except for that CBOE EDGX is really high. Off exchange showing 46.88%, and the EDGX is at 18.93%. EDGX is super, super high. That's the combined total on that 65.81, which is lower than what we've been seeing as of recent. But the EDGX is super high, which means to me that there's a lot of price discovery being hidden through ETFs. A lot of movement going through. There's a lot of ETF off exchange trading going on right now, which is very, very curious. We'll see what options are here in a minute. But taking a look at institutional ownership, it was slightly down this morning, like 20, 30, 40,000 maybe tops. 191.136 was the number this morning. I just refreshed it. And it's now 191.154. So it's back up about 20,000 shares. Not the highest we've seen all time by institutions, but it is it's close. Our highest all-time institutional ownership was 193.811. Taking a look at Ortex data, let's take a look and see what we got going on here. As of right now, we have a borrowing of 1.54 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.82%. Cost to borrow average is at 9.11, max is at 10.49, and min is at 7.94. Shares on loan did decrease by about, I think it was 3.7 million shares day over day. And we're down to 131.76 million shares on loan. Again, that utilization is still at 100%. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of volume yesterday was an $18 strike price. Let's see what it is for today. Today it's 20. And there's already 15.9 thousand contracts. Just to show you how much that is, how much volume that is. Yesterday in call options at 18, the highest amount of volume that we had was 23.6 thousand contracts. And we're already at 15.9 after the first 30 minutes of trading at 20. That's very high volume. 15.9 thousand contracts. On the puts, highest amount of volume on the puts is currently at a $16 strike price, which is $1 up from yesterday. Yesterday was 15. There's only 2.9 thousand contracts. Dang. At least a 5-to-1, I think. Hold on a second. Let me check this to make sure. Yeah, there's a little over a 5-to-1 ratio in call volume versus put volume right now. Market signaling for a closing price somewhere between 16 and 20. Taking a look at Ortex data here a little more closely. 123 days of utilization being 100% looks like that. Zooming in on this just a tad bit here, our on loan amount did drop, like I was saying, from 135.48 to 131.76. You know what? Maybe it was 4.7. I think I said 3.7. I'm not doing the math. I'm too tired for it. It's down to 131.76. We did have, so we're having 2 days in a row now with decreased on loan amounts, where we started at 143 and now we're down to 131. This normally should lower our on loan average age per day, but it's not. It's actually increasing. And the reason it's increasing is because they're only closing newer loan positions. So really old loans are still on the books, which is why this is starting to shoot up really high. Day over day, it went up from 59.86 to 61.72. Short share interest of the free float did lower day over day from 18.96 to 18.7, which means that some short interest closed their positions. Security lending volume was slightly down day over day from, 19.76 million shares to 13.92, so about a 6 million difference in borrowing on the short-term loans of shares. Nothing new to really report on failure to delivers. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see how we're doing so far this morning. AMC in fourth. Fourth most heavily traded stock with a 48% buy to 52% sell ratio. GME is in 18th with a 50-50 buy sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $16.39, and I have not changed that. It does look like some people probably did close some short interest as we have some new shares available to borrow. Mainly just returns since market open. Here's 100,000 shares that were borrowed here. Yeah, so mainly returns. So far, according to this Stonko tracker, we've had about 550,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. 6.8% is the fees right now. 73.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 67.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 65.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.13, Dow Jones is down 0.15, and the S&P 500 is down 0.06. We currently have an advancing market over declining, with 3,824 advancers to 2,862 decliners. The VIX is up 1.82, VTI is down 0.04, IWD is down 0.05, Tesla is up 1.2, Amazon is up 0.7, Cinemark is up 0.15, Doge is up 0.91, Bitcoin is up 0.66, GME is up 2.5, HYMC is up 4.6%, Hood is up 4.0 or 4%, NCMI is up 0.29, and AMC is up 2.58%. Inflow versus outflow. There is currently $12 million worth of more in outflow than there is in inflow. 20 million shares having exchanged hands already after 44 minutes of trading. So let's see what that's going to be some really high volume. Let's see here. We're on pace for 177 million shares traded for the day today. That's obviously going to go down throughout the day. Usually what they try to do is decrease volatility. As they decrease volatility, they drop price, and that gets the I got knocking on the door. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. I got to take care of this real quick here. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Where was I? That volume's going to come down as the volatility decreases, and once they lower price, then they lower volume movement. Let's see what we have per minute here. Current volume is ranging somewhere around 100 to 250 looks like per minute. Our current minute's at 146, so they're definitely doing a nice little dandy job at reducing volume already. I predicted this today that we would see somewhere between 65 and 85 million in volume. We currently have on the weekly here, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.24, which is slightly above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.8, again above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.61, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.17, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.31, which is below average. For those of you who like to see the Ichimoto cloud here, we've got, hold on a second, let me get rid of the, we have the conversion line back above the baseline, but prices touching that conversion line. And you can see the lagging line starting to drop here. Lagging line basically just follows the price line where it's at currently. But the lagging line is coming back down towards the price line. This would be one of the first points here where people would look at this and be like, oh, this is a sell signal if you were a day/swing trader on this, especially with price almost touching baseline. So this is the 1 hour is giving off a sell signal. Let's take a look at the 4 hour. 4 hour, again, same thing. Price is touching down onto that conversion line. That's your first sign of distress on price movement continuing to move upwards. You have lagging line still above price line, conversion and well above baseline. Those all look good. So starting to see a little bit of stress on this price movement, continuation of this price movement moving upwards. And I'm going to need to step away here for just a few minutes, guys. Let me leave you guys with a little bit of music while I'm gone for just a few minutes here. I will be back shortly. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let me turn on or off the message here. Alrighty, let's see what you guys are saying. No, that's not what it was, Oland. We had somebody come over to spray for pests and for insects. What do they call those guys? The exterminators. They come and do their maintaining spraying, and today was the day, so I had to put Bruno out so he didn't try to love him to death. Yeah, didn't hit the restroom. Did you buy the vacuum? Actually, funny story, Pro Jeweler. My ex-wife, she did. We had sat down. We let some Kirby guys come in, and they were showing off a Kirby vacuum. And I told my ex, I said, like, I was getting ready to leave for work, and I told her, I said, we're not buying it. And she's like, all right, all right. So, but I had to take off for work. So those guys were still sitting there going through their whole ordeal of advertising the vacuum, and she ended up buying the vacuum. She sent me some messages or called me or something like that as I was on my way into work, and was like, I really wanted to get the vacuum. I was just like, whatever. So we have bought the that's happened before. Share lending on Webull. Carlos, hold on a second. I'll give you a link. I'll give you a link to it because it kind of changes sometimes. I know how to do it more easy on my phone than not. One second. I'll give you a link. One second. I'm gonna check two different. I'm gonna just check two different. See which one I want to give you a link to first. Sometimes there's better ones than others. Oh yeah, this will work good. There we go. This is a great link for you, right there. Myself, you shouldn't have had it all in one shot. Smoked salmon's the best though. Oh, Monty says, "Yay, 2,500 vacuum." You know what? I don't remember what we spent on it. I don't think it was 2,500. It might have been like 12 or 1,300. But we got them down quite a bit. This was, of course, back in like 2009, so prices might have been lower back then. I don't know. Ola says, no need to explain leaving so abruptly, Casey. Had to hide your stash from the strange cousin that popped up with the travel bag. He's a drifter, but you love him anyway. Man. Do we all have one of those? No, I'm just kidding. I don't. I mean, I kind of do have one of those, but he's never shown up over here before. That's kind of funny, though. It's almost like we all have one of those. Let's see if I can get an idea or a read on where it is that we're heading to here. It does look like we've got a little bit of a wedge. Potentially, we had a lot of support from this trend line that we had from yesterday, built from yesterday, and it was supporting it quite well right up until market open, and then briefly, or not briefly, but very quickly, it dropped right down below it, pretty harsh. We found some more support at $18.37. Let's get a little bit more time here to see where we're heading to. Wow, that was weird. I was just gonna say, let's give it a little bit more time to populate some more data, and then all of a sudden, like all this data just showed up out of nowhere. Let's see here. What do we got going on? Bruno's gonna have problems here. He's in the backyard now. Let's get some more data here. Let's wait for a little bit more data on this bottom side. I'm not sure where we're gonna head to yet. I have a feeling we're gonna be testing 1837 here in a few minutes. We'll see if it holds. Casey's Broken Mug says, "Good day, Casey. Good day, mods, and hi to all the Ape family. Excited for earnings later and the interview. Same, and good morning to you." Mats and Balls like, "Great info, hitting the like." I'm like not even hardly talking at all. Thanks, Mats and Ball. That's funny. Max pain for tomorrow should be the same as today until it changes. You won't know. You won't know until later on in the day. We need to see what the volume, the open interest that, or the volume that turns into open interest, what it is. So there's no way to really know until after the day is kind of completed. But like Duncan is saying, 1550 is max pain for today, and that's what it will be until we know what the end final results are on the volume for the day today. My guess is, Hayden, is that with as much open interest as we have that's been open so far, with price, or not open interest, but volume that's been generated so far this morning at a $20 strike price, chances are that we'll probably see it go up to around maybe 16. Very, very good chance that it goes up to 16, maybe even 1650. I'll tell you guys one thing. That Kirby that we bought was it was legit. It was a legit vacuum machine. There was nothing wrong with it. It was really good. It had bags. So they always kept you buying bags. But it worked really good though. All right, I think we've got. I think there's enough evidence to suggest here that we may be completing what looks to be like a bearish triangle, using 1837 here as our bottom. It could be a double bottom, or it could be a bearish triangle. We'll have to kind of watch and see here. I feel like there's enough evidence here to suggest that this is a bearish triangle. So this momentum here, this resistance line here going down, and then your flat line across here at 1837. So meaning we should see a break out of this potentially right around here. Well, I tried to tell you guys, I thought we still needed that handle. We needed the handle on the cup. And this would be it. You know, if we go back out to the 4 hour, this potentially has us dropping us down to $16 or thereabouts. This pattern completion right here, I think, does have us probably dropping down. I'm gonna say it might be a little bit higher than 16. It might actually end up being around maybe closer to 17, but that's what I'm expecting. And it might take a day or two. Yeah, I think we are handle hunting. Do you know why they went out of business, Duncan? I'll tell you why. They went out of business because they didn't have accessories. Not because they made a superior product, but because they didn't make enough accessories for the product for people to keep coming back. If they would have made a superior product and made the parts that only could be purchased through their company, or made accessories that would have kept people coming back to buy other items, then they probably would have made some good money. You know, kind of like how Apple does. It would have pissed people off like crazy, but it still would have been a superior product. Reliable. Oh, that's gonna start. That's gonna start a war in here. That's gonna start a war in here. Oh man, you guys don't hate on me for liking Apple. I know it's gonna start a war. If you go back, M Height says if you go back to the last two run-ups, we dropped 2 days straight after earnings before we ran up, looking like the same. Yeah, that's it's very very common for us to do. Well, I shouldn't say very common. It has happened before where we've seen downwards trends, and then 2 days later we see the run up after the earnings report. So yeah, and that's what I'm kind of expecting to see. I'm hoping that I can run away with the price prediction tally point for the day today. We'll see if the other guys guess too high. The lowest one besides me would be Eric at 1720 to 2020. So he might actually grab a point if we don't close below that. Carlos says, Casey, I like Android. Laugh out loud. How could you? Ah, man, I'm sorry to disappoint. I work for Samsung. And I got to product test on product before it ever even made it to the market. They let if you sign up to be a product tester, they'll give you phones before they get released, and you get to be like the bugs person, where you get to find bugs, report them, and then you know at the expense of just getting to try out a different phone. And I'll tell you this: the very first one that they ever had me test was a Galaxy 3. That shows you how long ago that was. But the very first one I ever tested was a Galaxy 3, I think it was a 3S, and they issued the phone to me and gave me the phone with 2 batteries. And back in those days, the batteries were still, you could pop them out and replace new batteries in it. And at first, I asked the guy, I was like, "Why 2 batteries?" And he's like, "Well, we're just testing to see the longevity of the batteries after you guys are done using them." And I very quickly realized what was going on there when I was having to go through 2 batteries in a single day with nothing. Like, I mean, I didn't have any kind of background apps going or anything like that, and it was just power hungry. And I was like, I could never, ever, ever buy one of these phones. That would drive me nuts to have a secondary backup battery that I'd have to carry around with me. That would just drive me nuts. So, and I feel like for the most part, they've always had. I've owned several Samsungs in my life. A Note 5, I think, was one of the last ones that I've owned, and I cannot stand having to plug in everywhere you go. That drives me nuts. Drives me up the wall. Can't do it. Can't stand it. Getting real close here, guys. You can see how the volume is kind of we're getting a little bit of consolidation here on price, and volume is starting to kind of lower a little bit. So we're going to probably see that breakout here pretty soon. Volume is the last couple minutes has been ranging around 70 to 80,000 shares a minute. 60,000 shares a minute it's usually is the desired target before they start moving price. Carlos, you're welcome. Dudeman Diary says, "Wow, Casey, really Apple? Just when you think you know someone, all trust is gone." Look, I've said the same thing on here all the time. In contrast to like we comparing Webull and TradingView, I've said the exact same thing. If you like Webull, then you might be an Apple user. If you like TradingView, then you're probably an Android user of some sorts, right? More customization, ability to be able to modify the phone the way that you want to have it set up the way that you want to have it set up. You can work with the coding. There's so much, more in depth you can do with TradingView. If you just want plug and play and not have to worry about anything, Webull is a great platform. It does very simplistic things. It's nice looking. It's aesthetically nice to the eyes to see. Good coloration. Webull's an Apple. That's what it is. And TradingView is like an Android phone. So, um, and I'm quite frankly one of those people where I have a computer that I customize, right? And I have a phone. And I don't want to customize both. I want a customization on a computer, and I want my phone to be separate. I want it to be very easy plug and play. I do not want to live my life on my phone. I would rather live my life on my computer, customizing my computer the way that I want my computer to be set up. Now this is the part where I'm going to agree with you, dude, man. The day that your phone replaces your common desktop PC is the day that I will switch over to Android. That I'll switch back, but not until then, because otherwise, my phone is just an accessory. All my time and work is put in on a PC, and that's the difference. So, but I will absolutely switch over the day that phones start becoming PC, as powerful as a desktop PC. Yeah, it's not for everybody, that's for sure. I get it. I wouldn't worry about it too much, guys. As far as price moving downwards, I think this is actually kind of healthy movement. It's going to cool off a lot of our RSI indicators and give us the opportunity to be able to shoot up really high when it does find the bottom on this. And I imagine the bottom is going to be somewhere around $16 or $17. So don't sweat it. This is part of the process. Just give it some time. You can see the volatility decreasing tremendously here. Over the last couple minutes, our volume has fallen down to, actually it started to increase a little bit to 147 and 146,000 shares the last couple minutes, but it looks like this minute's going to get much, much lower volume. 80, nope, 107. Not that much, about 40,000 less. Struggling a little bit here. They want to try and push this underneath 1837 as it's a level of support. There is, looks like there's a little bit of a buy wall at 1832. The problem with that is that PCs keep getting more powerful. Yeah, this is true. This is why I'll probably never be one of those people that just has one single device. I'll always have to have a computer. Here's our potential breakout down below 1837. Just hit that wall 1832 and there's your breakout. SPY is down to 413. Wait for it to break 410. If it breaks back down below 410, it could be in trouble on the SPY. It's looking very similar to what we're looking like right now. Oh, it's getting some more pressure here. More pressure, 1837. Hedge Trimmer says is it Pi? Pi phone by Tesla will change the game. Is it Pi or Phi? I don't know. I haven't researched into it. I have no idea. VIX is up 3.01%. We just printed a TD9, which could mean we could see some more buying pressure upwards. Man, that did not last very long at all there. That breakout downwards. Looks like they've got a lot of volume that's still needing to be pushed through here. We had volume 328,000 shares as soon as it broke down below 1837. So there's some massive buying going on. I forgot to move my my SSR trigger price to 1639. Let me do that real quick. I just want to make sure I've got that up on the page here. I'm not saying we're getting there, just want to have it up. Yeah, Carlos, having the right tools in life is always key to getting the job done right. Well, I'll tell you that's the truth. Just having a screwdriver and a hammer and a tape measure doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to cut wood. I was one of the kids, we've had this bunk bed that we haven't been using in forever in one of the bedrooms, and this is where I was talking about buying mattresses. We had a bunk bed that wasn't being used because nobody wanted to sleep in the bunk bed. So what did I do? It's a wood bunk bed. So I went outside, uh, measured it out, and cut the legs on that thing, and we turned it into a regular bed for the kids, and a regular size bed for the kids. And it was funny because my neighbors were driving by when we were cutting it. I don't remember what they said. It was funny though. Gotta have a saw to cut wood. Pumpy, how you doing, man? Dog is doing good. Dog's wagging its tail. Pie. Looked like we started to have a breakout underneath that 1837. It tried to break down. It got down to 1825 and then found like a level of support. And there was a bunch of volume that started kicking in at 1825. The last few minutes here, we've had 132, 134, 189,000 shares. Do remember, guys, that 250,000 shares a minute for 390 minutes of trading in a single day gets us roughly it gets you really close to 100 million shares traded in a single day. So 250,000 shares a minute is kind of like the key number that I like to see, or thereabouts. All right. So it found buying pressure and it's breaking out above this. So we have like basically a triple bottom on 1837 here, and starting to move up off of it. So we'll have to see what happens. It's breaking through the top side with some pretty good volume. When we're talking about synthetic price failures, could we also be seeing options selling with more than 23% drop in price? Example, the second red candle at 1975 in AMC today. Um, could be. It could be. It's hard to say. I mean, I don't follow the numbers closely enough to watch throughout the day to see because I only look at the options like once every hour on the hour. So I'm not really like watching close enough to see when those options trades are occurring. But it's I'm just gonna say that it's a possibility. But without me watching those numbers like constantly, I couldn't say for certain. Yeah, the link is at the very top, Alex. I've got the link posted for the earnings. If you want to go watch it, it's 5 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, BC, you're welcome. It's a great question, BC. I would highly encourage you to sit and watch options for a while. Like if you're seeing things that you think are moves that are being caused by certain events in the derivatives market, what I would encourage you to do is sit and watch those. Watch and see where volume's moving to, and see if you can't tie price movements to those options trades and see if there's something there or not. My guess is that you're probably going to find that the answer is yes, but I don't, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know for a fact that it is or it isn't because I'm not looking at it, so I don't know. If I was, if I wasn't streaming, I probably would do that kind of stuff. I would sit here and I would probably monitor those kind of things like really, really closely. But I just don't. I don't want to bore the crap out of you guys, so I try to talk and you know, not bore the crap out of you. So I mean, because I could sit here in silence all day long and stare at these numbers. I really could. Yes, Mr. B, I can. I think that I can do this for a I have done this for a long time, sitting here staring at this chart. And I absolutely can believe that I'm still doing it. I think we're making history here, and I think that it's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating to me every single day. And I'm not saying that I haven't had days where I've had down days. I've definitely had days where, I get tired of it and stuff like that. But I mean, I still think it's fascinating. I don't know. Like, seeing history being made is it's so cool. I feel like we're I feel like we're there's times where I've used this as an example, and then people told me, like, you shouldn't use Columbus as an example. He's a terrible person to use as an example. But I oftentimes will say, like, I feel like I'm on the maiden voyage of the Mayflower, and I'm sitting here documenting what's happening as we're going. And every single day that we're sitting here on the ocean waiting to fall off the edge of the earth, and not falling off the edge of the earth, and just recording what's happening, even though it's probably boring as shit, because it's nothing but open water everywhere around you, until that one day when you see the land and somebody says land ho, and you're like, holy crap, there is land over there, and it's not the edge of the earth, and we're going to fall off. That's insane. And I'm waiting for that day. But I think it's exciting. Every single day, documenting the process as we go along. I think it's cool. And they probably didn't say land ho, but in my simple mind, I like to think that somebody went land ho. Uh, did you say ho? I am such a simpleton. Myself says, what the heck? Nobody told me we were waiting to fall off the edge of the earth. my dream, guys, is if Elon ever decides that he wants to send some people to Mars, I want to be on that first. I want to be on that first rocket ship. My wife won't sign up for it, so I'll probably not get to be a part of it because I want to stay with her. But if I could convince her to go to Mars with me, I would go, and I would document the crap out of that process. And my first words in space would be, Earth sucks and stuff. I would, I would so document the crap out of it. Myself said Thundercats ho. American history with Beavis and Butthead. Ray says smart wife. Yeah, she's smart. She's really smart. I think it would. I think it'd be an epic tale, to be some of the first people to make it to Mars. There'd be struggles. Uh, there'd be all kinds of. It'd be crazy. It would be really, really crazy, and it'd be a huge adventure. It's 10:01, guys. It's time to take a look at our numbers. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. If you don't like it, you can always get rid of it. Now is a great time to test it out and see if your broker has it even. And if they do, seeing how it works for you. But having said that, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, and we're going to run through the numbers here real fast and see what the heck is going on here. Starting with off exchange. 46.88 in the off exchange and 18.93. That EDGX was super high. 18.93 super high. Off exchange was surprisingly close to what I would expect in a normal trading day to be somewhere around 44%. By this time of the morning, I would expect it to be around 49%. So let's see if it's really close still. Maybe it'll be like 50, 51. However, that EDGX I wouldn't expect to be more than 11 or 12%. So let's see how much it changes here. 52.85 in the off exchange and 16.06, giving us a grand total of 68.91% of our volume going through just those two exchanges alone, which is high, but not as high as we have seen it in the past. Taking a look at the amount of borrowed shares for the day-to-day, an hour ago we had 1.54 million shares having been borrowed so far, according to Ortex, and that number is now, once this refreshes, holy moly, it's taking forever. Let me check and see, make sure I'm not being bugged. Okay, there we go. That 1.54 million has been reduced down to 195,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.72%. Cost of borrow averages at 9.11, max at 16.4, min at 7.94. Shares on loan is down. It was like 3 or 4 million shares day over day to 131.76 million shares on loan. Taking a look at the options, an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at a $20 strike price for the calls. It is currently still the same value. We went from 15.9 thousand contracts to 20.3. On the puts, highest amount of volume on the put side is at a $15 strike price. That's down from 16 an hour ago. 16 an hour ago had 2.9 thousand contracts. 15 has 30.8 now. Almost a 7-to-1, about a 6-to-1 ratio in call versus puts volume. If price continues to head downwards, watch for volume on the puts to start increasing massively. We'll probably see shares lent. We'll see a large amount of shares that are being borrowed to create short interest. But we'll check that out here in a little bit. Actually, right now. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC versus GME here. Not versus, but let's take a look at both of them. AMC is currently 5th most heavily traded stock according to Fidelity, with 51% buys to 49% sales. It's getting better. GME is listed as 21st with 50% buys to 50% sales. Let's see if the borrowing has ensued. SSR trigger price is at $16.39. It does not look like they've borrowed a whole lot of shares as of yet. Just about another 100,000. That's about it. Putting us at approximately 650,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day, according to Stonko Tracker, at a 6.8% fee. Currently, we have 73.9 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 67.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 6,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.03, Dow Jones is down 0.14, S&P 500 is down 0.08. However, we have a advancing market to declining market with 3,596 advancers to 3,166 decliners. This to me kind of suggests the blue chips are probably lowering in price right now, and perhaps a lot of the mid caps and small cap stocks are probably rising in price. The VIX is up 2.1. Let's take a look at the SPY real quick. SPY is down 0.09 for the day today. VTI is down 0.1. IWD is down 0.12. Tesla is up 0.25. Amazon is up 1.05, Cinemark down 0.18, Doge is up 1.18, Bitcoin is up 0.4, GME is up 1.11, HYMC is up 0.49, Hood is up 2.72, NCMI is down 0.01, and AMC is up 3.16. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have more $20 million more in outflow than inflow, with 27.6 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on after 97 minutes of trading. We were at like 177 million shares traded pace an hour ago. We're now at 111.1 million shares traded for the day pace, which is much, much lower. In pre-market, I suggested we would see somewhere between 65 and 85 million. I see that as being a very strong potential at this point, as I do expect volume to continue to decrease throughout the day. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.86, which is slightly above average. On the daily, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.85, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.31, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have it looks like slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.15, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.07, which is average. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Monty, I'm gonna miss the community too, and that's part of the reason why I'm doing this. Not the main reason, but part of the reason why I'm doing this, Monty, is I think that if you look at my 5 whys, my last why is hold on a second, is because we desire community, and I think that's part of the reason why you're gonna miss this is you like having the community, and so I want that to extend beyond just this. So I think we're building something very important here, and we have a future together. We've been fighting for something for over a year. You can't just fight a battle with people for over a year and not develop some kind of relationships. It's just kind of natural. So whether you want to be a part of it after this is all said and done or not is your choice. But I want to provide a place where we can all continue to help each other out after this is over. And I know that sounds, to me, it sounds like somebody's putting out a sales pitch, and I'm not. I'll never sell anything to you guys. I don't. That's not what I'm here for. I never want to try to sell you on something. I just don't have any desire to do that. I hate sales. I hate it with a passion. Like the idea of telling people that they need to buy something is like chalk on or nails on a chalkboard. I just don't. I don't like telling people you spend your money how you want to spend your money. I don't want anybody telling me how to spend my money, so why would I do the same to anybody else? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm preaching to the choir. Alex says, after we moon, we Mars? Question mark. I'm down. Except for that one time you tried to sell us Bitcoin. I've never tried to sell Bitcoin. I hate cryptocurrency. I can't imagine I would have ever tried to sell somebody on cryptocurrencies ever. Tom, I'm glad that I was able to fix it for you too. I need to remember to try and check that every single day and make sure that you know people aren't accidentally getting added to the ban list. Yeah, I know. I know it's a joke, but I mean, I despise cryptocurrency so much that it's like painful for me to even joke about. It's like I really just can't stand cryptocurrency. I don't understand. I don't understand the push behind cryptocurrency. It doesn't make sense to me. I can't make sense out of it. Yes, doctor, I know exactly what it sounds like. Hawk. Hawkatch. You got hawk cotched right in the cockles. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think there's a place for cryptocurrency. It's just that I just I know it's kind of like the internet. It can be used for good things, but a lot of times it ends up getting into the wrong hands. Sometimes it's not always good. So I don't know. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like it has its place, but it also can be manipulated very easily. Highway Frog says the education people receive from this will help keep future markets in check. A very good thing. I hope so, for Highway Frog, man. That would be ideal. That would be ideal. Yeah, I'm like you, Dr. Zeno. Always watching. Yo says crypto is a scam, plain and simple. I mean, it has its place, but it is definitely this. It's the wild, wild west of currencies. Nemhite says, guess is that we go to 20 after hours after closing during earnings call, the fall. Maybe. Or yeah, maybe more fall after the earnings call. I could see that. Getting a lot of consolidation right now. Let's see if we can figure out where we're going here. We'll delete some of this. I'm actually gonna get rid of yesterday's lines as well. That should do it. Get rid of the Bollinger Band so I can see better. Man, this looks like almost like it's a descending parallel channel. Let's check it out. Oops. Like a very. Let me try this again here. Hold on a second. I feel like I've got enough data points in here to suggest that, because I've got 2 points down here on the bottom. I've got 2 points down here on the bottom, almost a third point right here, and I've got two on the top. So I feel like we're on a descending parallel channel. Perhaps right now it's a very slight decrease on this, but it should be a breakout going up if it is truly indeed a descending parallel channel. Yeah, Hung Tu is saying, I can't speak for all crypto, but the philosophy behind Bitcoin is that no government can control it and print massive amounts of money like they do with their currencies. And which is the part I understand. The part that I don't like about it, though, is that it's not regulated, which means that somebody else can just come in there and artificially influence the price, which is jacked up, right? Because all it takes is like all it has to have happen is the big boys come in and they just manipulate price however they see fit. And so if you're, and leave a lot of people end up as bag holders on these cryptocurrencies. And so it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, it's fair for the average person if that's the case, right? Like maybe, and the only way that I can kind of think to circumvent that to make it more fair is to say that no person can own over a certain amount of Bitcoin, right? Like if you had like caps on how much somebody could own of it at any given point in time, then you could potentially stop people from being able to run it either up or down. So some kind of like limitations on ownership. But otherwise, people can just come in there with massive amounts of money, get it to run up, cause these runs, and then just tank the crap out of it. And I think that's terrible. I think that's it's not good. It's not a good thing. It's really, really bad. Cool. Love you. Yo says, could you imagine if they okayed Kenny making a bank? Geez, that would have been bad. Only in paradise. Good to see you, I guess. VC3 says, I'm getting these strange warm feelings as you talk about staying in our lives. What are these strange feelings? No, man, I'm talking about us all communicating after this is all said and done and continuing to work with each other to be able to, protect each other. Circle the wagons. Watch out for each other. Talk about pitfalls. We're gonna run into pitfalls, man. Some of us have never owned large amounts of money. There's gonna be some serious pitfalls for people out there just waiting for us. And if we don't circle the wagons and try to protect each other and warn each other of some of those pitfalls, it could be catastrophe for some people. Like taxes. Some people don't know that they have to pay quarterly taxes when they make a certain amount of money, and that could be devastating to somebody if they didn't know that they needed to pay in advance. Look at that. There's Big Tramp right there asking questions. Casey, I know you said about looking into financial advisor is better to go with any advisor. I would go with you need to find a CPA, or I really feel like there's two different people that you need to find. I feel like you need to find a CPA that you need to get, and then I would suggest that you get perhaps a business, or not business, probably well, I'm gonna actually have to check and see what kind of lawyer it is that you're gonna need to look into. But I think it's either gonna be business tax, uh, probably business tax lawyer or something like that. And I know that sounds really tedious, like to go out and find a lawyer, but it's gonna save you so much money. Ross is saying TWE reckons we see 21 today. Thank you for the reporting, Ross. Blockchain is a good thing about cryptocurrencies. I agree with that. I would love to see all of our shares in the entire market put on a blockchain system. I think that would be super important to do as well. Arthur, good morning to you, sir. Alan says, "Hey Casey, at what amount should I need to find a tax lawyer?" Oh, that's a great question. Let me do some research on that and get back to you because I actually don't know the answer. I don't know the answer to that. My guess is that if it's probably over $1 million, I'm just throwing out a random number here without any kind of research whatsoever, but I would assume anything over $1 million probably. Arthur says, Casey, your advice is on point about the pitfalls. I hear a lot of talk about meetups after MOASS, but not a lot about how to handle your money more money than you have ever had in your life. And that's what I'm saying, man. Dude, like legit, all I can think about is like people who win like lotteries, right? And how screwed up their life becomes afterwards. And I don't want to see that happen to any of us. I want to avoid that if all possible. So, if we can avoid those pitfalls by banding together and talking after, I think that's perfect, man. That's what I want to do. And I'm not trying to say that we need to band together to try to do things like more future plays in the market. That's not really what I'm talking about doing. I don't want to. I don't want it to be about that. I want it to be about like, I guess just really kind of protecting ourselves. I fear that too, Arthur. I fear that the lottery curse will hit a lot of apes, and I want to see that happen as little as possible. Abby, I didn't look into it at all. I had no interest in HKD whatsoever, so I didn't look into it. And I think anybody who tries to draw comparisons to what's going to happen with AMC to HKD would be making a very large mistake because they're not similar at all. They're completely different things. Novocaine saying HYMC is at their average daily volume today, so I would assume that's going to be somewhere between 2 and 3 million. Let's see. Yep. That's actually over their average. Their average has been somewhere between 2 and 3 million a day. They're already at 3.56 million. Estimated EPS showing up on Webull for AMC is at negative 0.1881. Just throwing that out there. Cinemark has an estimated EPS of 0.2318. Hood has negative 0.32. Hold on a second. I gotta look at something on Cinemark. Hold on a second. Oh, come on. All right. This is blowing my mind here, guys. Look at this. EPS on Cinemark right now is negative 2.42. Negative 2.42, and they're estimating that they're going to be positive. How much? They're estimating that they're going to be positive 0.2318. That is a drastic change, but yet the same, when they're looking at AMC, they're saying negative 0.1881. How do they? Okay, there's something messed up with that. You can't go from a negative. No, I'm not buying that. EPS negative 2.42 for the last 12 months. The trailing 12 month is negative 2.42, and they're saying that they're going to move to after this earnings, they're going to move to a 0.2318. But they're saying AMC, which is at a negative 2.0669, is going to go from that to negative 0.1881. I don't understand how they get these numbers. All right. Well, we'll see. We don't have too many more hours here left before we get to find out. One of those two numbers is wrong. I just can't imagine. Backyard Boogie, it's good to see you. Pam, good morning to you. It is time for me to go to break, guys. I got 1 more minute here. I'm gonna head out. Pam showed up just in time. Let me go ahead and put up the message. Dr. Zeno says Fugazi. R. Yale says apples and oranges. What's so much different? I mean, I guess debt might be but I mean it's the same company though, right? I mean they're doing the same thing. They're both movie theater chains. So it's not really apples and oranges. It's just that one of them might have more debt than the other one, which might make a difference based off of earnings. But I've never actually checked to see how much in debt Cinemark is. Let me just check real quick. Cinemark Holdings had 2.52 billion of debt, up from 2.41 a year ago. It has 543 million in cash. So they have less debt, but they also have less market presence as well. In fact, if you were actually comparing apples to apples on this, then their debt is in their market presence in comparison to AMC. That's actually about where we're at. So I really don't see that really looks like apples to apples to me. Pantheon, welcome back. I'm gonna go sit down on my break here. I'm just getting ready to walk out, and I heard you have a little sneak peek on the HYMC Diane Garrett interview. So I'm gonna go check that out real quick because I want to see it. Guys, I'm just gonna say right now, I've wanted to ask Pantheon so bad to just tell me information in advance, and he's keeping it tight. He's not saying anything. Pantheon, this guy is he's like a vault over here. This guy's a good guy. I'm really happy for him that he got this interview and that they were able to trust him to be able to hold this information. It's pretty amazing. I'm looking forward to seeing the interview right after market close. Get him on the mic. That's up to him. If he wants to come on, he's more than welcome to come on here. He's not it. I don't know what you're talking about, Goblin. Spoiler alert. He asks her questions. All right, I'm gonna head out. I will see you guys in about 40 minutes from now. See you guys in a bit.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and with me, currently in the back of the big tramp, is Pantheon, who's decided to join us here. Let me make sure his mic levels are good. Pantheon, how you doing?
Hey, it's roomy back here.
All the tramps are on break right now. I've got them all loaned out. So tell me, what was I gotta ask you questions, right? What was your most favorite part about having a chance to interview Dr. Diane Garrett?
That's a good question. The thing I like most about Diane, and as you had said to me privately, Casey, she seemed like she's really fun in other interviews and seemed like a pretty cool person. That's 100% true. She was extremely down to earth. I'll give you a little inside tip here. Casey gets all the inside info. When we first started connecting, we hadn't hit record yet. And the first thing she said was she saw Boss Blunt's towel behind him that says, "We're going to be so effing rich." And she said, "Boy, I really like that towel behind you. That's really cool." And everybody kind of laughed. So, he didn't take it down or nothing. She thought it was pretty funny and she liked it. And then she made a good comment about how before we started recording, how she really enjoys the memes. She finds them hilarious and she loves the Ape Army. I mean, she's really down to earth. She's really cool and she's legit.
I think one of the questions that I probably would, I literally just thought of this question like just as I was going to the restroom before I came back on, and I thought, man, I don't even know why I didn't think of this before. But one of the questions that I think I would have probably asked her in retrospect is if she was Adam Aaron and a bunch of apes came to the rescue of a company like AMC, how would she approach you know uh, interacting with those investors? And it would be I think it'd be like it's kind of like one of those trick questions where it's kind of like you're really saying like how are you going to deal with it with your company, but you're really saying like if you were in somebody else's shoes. So it's like it's safe to answer.
Yeah, she was actually pretty upfront about her interest in wanting to work with the Ape Army, as she puts it. Look, I talked to her first back in March, and we had first started communicating back then about connecting for an interview, which would have been joint ventured on another channel, which didn't pan out for a variety of reasons. And we circled back here, and were able to make this one work with myself and Marcel. So it was a co-interview with Boss Blunts, Mr. Marcel, the Butcher of Wall Street. We interviewed her together. And one of the things that she expressed to me on our phone calls leading up to the interview was she really liked the way Adam communicated with the AMC shareholders on YouTube and whatnot through Twitter and communicating with the Ape Army. And she was looking for someone to help communicate for Highcroft in the same result. And if you'd like, Casey, I can slip a little new information, a little kind of neat little information. It's not the thing she's going to talk about today, but if you want to break something, I can break it here with you.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so Diane had such a good time on the interview. She wants us to do a series with her, and we're going to be doing more of these in the future. And in fact, the next one she wants to do it while she's on site with the equipment, and we'll find a way to do all the technology to make all that work. So this went really well. She enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. We cut a lot of the FUD. There's social media influencers on YouTube who talk about how it's impossible, if not extremely difficult, to mine the gold and silver out of the reserves they have. That's FUD, and we're going to dispel all those myths today.
Dude, I'm really excited about going and watching it. And while I was on break, I went and I saw I think it was like an 8-minute video, and I'm gonna actually link to it right now in the chat to your current video. And the reason I'm gonna do that is because I thought that it was a great feeder info that you kind of presented. And I think that's really, really important to watch because Pantheon does a great job of kind of talking a little bit about um, some of the I guess technical understandings behind the interview that you have with her and understanding some of the terminology. Um, So let me post that up here real quickly. Let me
Hi,
try.
everyone. Welcome.
Hold on a second here. I'm gonna
And,
post
and
up
it
your
just
video.
so happens, Casey, that when I talked in the prelude video that went out last night about the drilling exploration program, it just so happens, imagine that the Highcroft issued their 10Q today, which went over the same information. So
Oh,
people
cool.
can check out the 10Q that got uploaded today from Highcroft as well.
That's awesome. I think somebody had come in and mentioned that the 10Q was put out. So that's cool. That's good. That's good stuff. You can go check that out. Yeah, so there it is. I just pasted in the comment section here the link to your video. It's like a 9-minute video. Go check that out, guys. It's good. It gives a little background information into some of the terminology that's used in the company and understanding it, because um, I think it's gonna help you to understand a little bit more. And then also you recommended another video that people go watch as well, which I think kind of gives probably some more background information on HYMC as a company. And um, yeah, just I highly recommend checking that stuff out. I know I'm looking forward to the interview later today. I also noticed that you said that you were going to have it on your channel. I'm going to probably watch it from your channel because I know you much better than I know Boss Blunts. But Boss Blunts is going to have it. Pantheon's going to have it. That's going to air here right when the market. Is it going to be right when the market closes, or?
1 o'clock. It'll have a 5-minute countdown, and 1 o'clock is the anticipated time. We're going to put it out 1 hour before AMC's earnings call.
Okay. All right. So right when the market closes, then.
And that's because you said that you wanted to watch it, but you have this show, so we moved it just for you, Casey.
Are you serious? Come on. Really?
I wanted you to see it.
Oh man, I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. That's awesome. I can't wait. So that's awesome. I appreciate that. I really do. I always, in all the years that I've worked in the industry that I worked in, I've worked night shift my entire life, and we kind of have this nickname for night shift people who work who work nights, and it's always the redheaded stepchildren. We always get abused. We're always the last ones to know any kind of information. So I'm kind of used to it since I've lived my whole life that way, being the redheaded stepchild, being the last to know. But that's awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, am I still here?
Yeah, you're here.
Can you still hear me? Okay. Power just went out, and miraculously, I still have internet. Look at that.
Weird.
That must be my Tesla coils in action.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I can't wait to see this.
Sorry, that threat threw me off for a second. Okay, what else are we talking about?
Let's see here. Well, I've got numbers to run through here. If you want to hold on for just a second while I run through these numbers real quick, and then I can hand the floor
Okay.
over to you to talk about whatever you want. Is that cool?
We could talk a little bit more about the interview and the connection to AMC. Sure.
Cool. Awesome. All right, give me just a second here while I run through these numbers. And say the thing I always say, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. Just out of curiosity, Pantheon, do you know if your broker has two-factor authentication?
Indeed. Yes, the answer is yes. Mine does.
Have you checked it out?
Oh, it's all turned on. I listened to what you say, Casey. You said put it on. I put it on. Man,
Well,
I'm protected.
Do you have? But I'm just kind of curious. Have you had any problems with it at all?
No,
Okay.
no issues. In fact, full disclosure, my broker is my bank, so we got it all locked down. Yeah, no issues so far.
Cool. That's awesome. I have had, unfortunately, I've had a couple of instances here recently with my broker where I've had some two-factor authentication issues. So, but if it doesn't work out for anybody who's listening, just turn it off. You can always do that. Try to figure out workarounds and ways to get past it if you have to. For example, like for my broker, I can go straight to my phone, and my phone won't require a two-factor authentication, so I can just do my transactions through the phone if I have to. But let's take a look at these numbers real quick here so that we can get Pantheon talking about some of the interview stuff here. Taking a look at off exchange first. An hour ago, it's 52.85 and 16.06 in the EDGX. The numbers are now 53.84 through the off exchange and 15.27 through the EDGX for grand combined total of 69.11% of our volume heading through those two off exchanges, which is high, but not as high as we've been seeing it lately. Taking a look at the Ortex data. One second while it updates. As of an hour ago, there was a borrowing of about 195,000 shares. Ortex is now showing a return of 985,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.67%. Cost of borrow average is at 9.19, max is at 16.4, min is at 7.94. Shares on loan is down a couple, 3 to 4 million shares day over day to 131.76 million shares. Options. An hour ago at a $20 strike price, we had 20.3 thousand contracts. We now have 23.1. On puts, an hour ago, the highest amount of put options were at a $15 strike price. At 3.8 thousand contracts, we have 5.7 now. A little less than five times the amount of volume on calls versus puts. And the spread right now is still showing a closing price somewhere between $15 and $20 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is in 7th. We're kind of slipping a little bit down the list here. We have 50% buys to 50% sales right now. It's a little bit lower than it was an hour ago. GME coming in 21st with also a 50% buy to 50% sale ratio. SSR trips today at $16.39. Shares available to borrow is 1 million. It looks like they have borrowed an additional, let me see here. Nope, they didn't borrow any more shares in the last hour. Fees are still at 6.8%. Total amount of shares that I've seen so far borrowed for the day today is about 650,000 shares. 73.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 67.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 65.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.3, Dow Jones is down 0.2, and the S&P 500 is breaking even. We currently have 3,638 advancers to 3,161 decliners. The market is seemingly advancing over declining. VIX is up 0.96, VTI is down 0.02, IWD is down 0.2, Tesla is up 0.36, Amazon is up 2.46, Cinemark is up 0.88, Doge is up 1.18, Bitcoin is up 0.47, GME is up 1.4, HYMC is down 0.92, Hood is up 3.84, NCMI is up 2.86, and AMC is up 4.24 so far for the day today. Our inflow versus outflow, we currently have $29 million more of outflow than inflow. And volume is at 33.4 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let me see what kind of pace we're on. Let's see here. After 175 minutes of trading, we're currently on pace for 75.2 million shares traded for the day today. I think we're just slightly on pace for a little more than 100 million shares earlier before I went on break. And I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 65 and 85 million shares traded for the day today. So I'm actually starting to run a risk of being too high again on the predictions, as that's getting dangerously close to, I mean, we're not even halfway through the day yet, and it's already really close to my bottom end. So we'll need to see some rise in volume, which is kind of interesting because we just had a spike of about 471,000 shares traded in the last minute. Taking a look at the weekly interval, we're just looking at Vortex indicator and RSI here. More buying pressure than selling pressure on the weekly with RSI at 54.36, which is slightly above average. On daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.57, almost signaling overbought. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.17, almost signaling overbought as well. On a 30-minute interval, we have more, hold on a second. That looks like even amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 59.42, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.1, which is above average. We just printed a TD9 after we did break out of what appeared to be a descending parallel channel. This is a bearish or bullish indicator rather that when it breaks out, it should move up, and we did. Throwing the Bollinger Bands back up here, you can see that we haven't quite topped out on the Bollinger Bands, and they remain to be pretty far apart, giving us a lot of volatility, which means price can move pretty freely. But our volume is remaining kind of low right now. And with that, I can now see what it is you guys are writing again, and Pantheon has the floor.
Well, I think the most pressing thing in the chat has been the question of if you and I were going to have a wrestling tag team, what would be the name of it? And I think I proposed, was it Vicious and Delicious? I think it was.
I guess I'm going to be delicious.
Well, that'll be left up to the interpretation of the viewers. So
that's pretty funny.
Yeah. So yeah, Diane Garrett was fantastic to speak with, and there's a bunch of things we talked about in the prelude video that I put out last night. It kind of primes everybody up for today. It goes through the agenda that we had for topics. It doesn't give anything away, but we did talk about Sean Goodman, the CFO, who's also a member of the board of Highcroft. He's the CFO of AMC. So there's the connection there, right? When AMC made the investment with Eric Sprott, we also got a seat on the board of directors with Highcroft. So Sean Goodman has taken that seat, which is good. He's been a good board member. Highcroft is very happy with him so far. So we'll talk about that a little bit. But Diane Garrett was really, really awesome in that she's already tweeted out. So we discussed, her and I had a conversation about tweeting the interview, and so she's done that. And so she tweeted it yesterday with a link to Mr. Marcel Boss Blunt's channel, and she's going to tweet again today with the link to my channel, so we get equal time, which I thought was really cool of her to do. So yeah, she's a good interview. She's down to earth. She's fun, and she's willing to talk about things like price discovery in the metals market, precious metals market. It's it's worth listening to. Now, I do want to preface one thing.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Casey.
I have so many questions and I can't ask them, and it's just because I'm by nature. My wife says I'm a very curious person, and I have so many questions and I can't ask, and it's just so frustrating. But go ahead. What were you gonna say?
So I have seen amongst the community and on other influencer or whatever you want to call it, YouTube creator channels, there seems to be people posting that Diane Garrett is going to drop some bombshell at 4 o'clock Eastern that's going to set off the squeeze. That's not the case, folks. Yeah. So I'm really being careful. I'm making sure that Marcel and I are not overbuilding expectations to anybody. And there's people are relating this to some guy from New York's channel who's trying to tag into something happening today after hours. Guys, he doesn't know anything about Highcroft, and I can tell you there's nothing that's going to come out of the interview that's going to explode everything today, okay? So it's a good interview. There is some breaking news that Highcroft is not released yet, but this is not the pounce. Let me just make that clear to everybody so we don't overstep expectations. Is that fair, Casey?
Very, very fair.
Okay.
That's good to know. Because I hopefully people aren't sitting there waiting for this to be the pounce. So
Adam Aaron clearly said the pounce would take place after Q4 earnings. Q4 earnings are today. This
Q2.
is not the pounce, but the good news. It's good news, especially for people that are invested in Highcroft or AMC, because the better Highcroft does, the better our stock does.
Yeah, Q2. You said Q4, but Q2.
Sorry, Q2.
Yeah,
Q2. Yes.
Well, it's funny. I actually started to say Q4 earlier as well. So I don't know why something's happening inside of our heads that's making us think of Q4 for some reason or another. Because I know I almost said it earlier as well. So I don't know what it is, but there must be some kind of trigger.
I said it 3 times last night making the prelude video, and I had to edit that out. Yeah. It's on the brain for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know what it is. It's like we're drawn towards Q4 for some reason. Brian wants to know. Well, I think Brian's asking a question that you don't have to answer here, but he's asking if you're invested in HYMC.
Yes.
Okay. You don't have to. You didn't have to answer, but you did. Cool. All right, that's awesome. I am not. I'll just throw it out there. I'm not invested in HYMC. I don't have any shares in there at all. I think somebody's saying Captain Awesome is saying Q-tips. Oh, somebody says somebody had asked when are you going to show your face next? Now that you're on Twitter.
I think you've seen my face, Casey.
I have.
Yes. Okay. So the suspense builds. I've had people actually tell me, no matter what happens, just don't do it. They seem to have this vision of Jason Momoa, which is not at all the case. But I wouldn't want to break that from anyone's ideas. Well, all kidding aside, yeah, if you've watched my channel for any length of time, you'll know why I'm going this route for now. And unfortunately, that's not going to change for the current time being. So.
Fair enough.
Just get KC to do a sketch artist rendition, and he'll show you. I think there's a South Park image that Telbog put together, so we could use that one too.
Have you not seen my drawings?
That's probably why I'm suggesting that.
Oh man. I could just see somebody being like, "Can you asking me like, could you please sketch a drawing of the perpetrator?" And I'm sitting there going like, yeah, sure. And then I draw it out, and they're like, "So you're telling us a railroad did it?" No, that's
remind me that remember that Simpsons episode when they're playing what's that game called where you got to draw it and they got to guess at Pictionary, I think it's called. Remember that one when Milhouse's parents split up in front of the kids?
No, I don't. It's been that's a long time ago.
Milhouse's mom's drawing the sketch and the dad's trying to guess and Kurt's trying to guess and he can't get it, and finally she says, "It's dignity. You should have known dignity." And he goes, how am I supposed to know dignity? You took a ticket from me 20 years ago. And they just blow up in front of the kids, and then Lisa starts singing, and it's one of my favorite Simpsons episodes. Anyways, sorry, I digress. I want to put out a comment here in your chat. Row M, great to see YouTubers working together instead of the toxic streamers who try to tear others down. Thanks, all you do, Pantheon. Row M, I couldn't agree with you more. Like when I first started on YouTube, my world was bigger than it is now as far as people I talk with, and it's shrunk. And I think that's been a good thing. And you get to know who the people are that are people that I think are here for the right reasons, and it's good that we work together and affiliate and help each other. I enjoy talking with Casey. I enjoy being on Casey's show. So I like that comment.
Yeah, we don't have too many people on our own sides, so.
Yeah, and I like working with Marcel too. I mean, 2 different extremes. Take Boss Blunt show, take your show, very different extremes of the approach, and I like both the guys, right? So I think it's good.
I think a lot of YouTube streamers for AMC, or I don't know, anything related to AMC, I guess, really kind of have like a different feel, right? Like each one of us has like our own strengths, and then we also have our own weaknesses, and that's kind of in life, that's how things work. You You get your flaws, and you get your bonus award things for different people, and it is what it is. You just take what you can get. Take bits and pieces of different things from different people, and then you put it all together, and you get yourself your nice full puzzle that helps you to understand where you are and what's going on.
I agree. And I think if you sat down, if you got all the creators of AMC in one room and asked them one question, are you all here for the MOASS? I think they would all say yes. And
Yeah.
that right there, that we're all on the same side of this, guys. Right? Like, and this isn't going to anyone in particular. We're not going down that road. I'm just saying, I think we're all in this for the same thing. So but anyhow, back to Highcroft and our AMC connection. What would you like to know?
Oh man.
We'll steer it back to this.
How long? So actually, because I just saw, I'm not sure if it was your post or if it was something that no, it was something I read on your video. It says that she's a doctorate, and I was curious, what was the field in again? Was it mineral something or other? Was it where she got her doctorate at, or was it
She has a master's degree in mineral economics and a PhD in engineering.
a PhD in engineering? So I would assume
Oh yeah.
is it chemical engineering or physical?
Give me 1 sec. Let me get the details on that.
Not that it matters. I was just kind of curious.
No, it's a good question. Let's see.
I mean, right off the bat, that just tells me she's really smart.
Oh, she is. She
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
And you'll if you've never if the people here listening to us have never watched a Diane Garrett interview, that's what you'll come out of this with. You'll come out of this. I hope that you come out of this with the same impression I got, which was this is one extremely smart person, extremely qualified, knows what they're doing, and really cares. And look, the whole thing, Eric Sprott, he's the top Canadian investor in precious minerals who invested into Highcroft with AMC. Eric Sprott is famous for saying, I don't invest in companies, I invest in management teams.
Hmm.
And that should right there tell you a lot. And that you hear that quote and then you listen to her and you're going to come out of it saying, I get it. That's my opinion.
Hmm.
Let's see. I had it somewhere. It's not cleared up on her LinkedIn. Where did I see that?
And I'm also curious, do you happen to remember where she got the degree from?
University of Texas at Austin.
Son of a bitch. That's right here where I'm at.
Yeah.
Dude. That's right here where I'm at. They have a great engineering department there. That tells me even more. They have a stellar engineering department here, in my opinion. So if she got her engineering PhD here in University of Austin, damn, that's kind of cool. Wow, she's really smart.
When we first started talking, Marcel says to her, Dr. Garrett, it's a pleasure to meet you. And she said, please don't call me Dr. Garrett, call me Diane. I mean, this is how things start. And then she talked about his towel, and you're like, are you kidding me? This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
We got a question here from Ayo. Did Sprott dump his shares or no? Eric Sprott sold 5 million shares at the end of June. He still maintains a 9.8% ownership in Highcroft. So there was a reason, I'm not going to get into it, but there was a reason Eric Sprott got below 10%, and he still has the warrants, and he's still very much heavily invested in not only Highcroft, but in Diane's former professional experience. When she worked at Remarco Minerals, he was one of the heavy investors in that too. So he has invested in her projects for a long time. He's still a 9.8% shareholder. There was a reason he got below 10%. I think we'll just leave it at that. It's all good. This is all positive, bullish. Good question.
Let me ask you this question. In your opinion, from everything that you've seen so far and after the interview, how do you feel about the industry in general when it comes to minerals? Do you feel like there's a lot of like it's a tight knit industry where everybody knows everybody kind of thing, and it's I guess what I'm trying to get at is that in the semiconductor field, I've always maintained this belief that uh, once you're in it and you've made a good name for yourself, you can go anywhere and do anything you want because it's such a small industry that everybody knows who everybody is. And when you've worked at one location, you can go to a new location or a new site and then they ask you, oh, hey, oh, you came from there. We know so and so. Do you know them? And it's kind of like it's a very small community of people who know each other. And so I'm kind of wondering, like, did you get the impression through the interview that I mean, because it sounds like you're saying Sprout and Miss Garrett are have dealt with each other on occasions in the past, and so do you feel like it's just kind of like a very small industry that everybody knows each other?
Yeah, the impression I get is that the real players involved know who they are, know who each other are, and therefore I believe that it is considered a fairly small industry in that regard. But I think the people who have proven their ability, the winners stick with winners. Eric Sprott is a winner. He's been investing in precious minerals. He as far as he's the top Canadian guru investor in precious minerals for over 30 years. This is a guy who absolutely detests short sellers. I love the guy. I'm actually trying to work to get him on for an interview next. He absolutely there's great interviews with him in the past where he just hates short sellers to the point where he'll go into a 10-minute 10-minute rant on short sellers, which is why I think he'd be fantastic. But to get on an interview, but he's somebody that has seen. I don't want to give things away, but if you know anything about her history, it's that when people say a site is dead or it's been drained of its minerals, gold and silver, or other resources, she's the kind of. I'll put it this way. This will be a comparison you'll hear in the interview, which is actually quite a fun one. Diane Garrett's like Billy Bean from Moneyball. If you guys have read the book Moneyball, or if you've seen the movie with Brad Pitt, Moneyball, the movie's all about taking an approach. It's the baseball movie, but it's not really about baseball per se. It's about how do you take an approach into something that many people are already working with, but reinterpret the data in a way that extracts value that nobody else has seen.
Out of the box thinking.
And that out of the box is the exact phrase. And I don't want to give any more than that because you'll see this discussed in a fun way in the interview.
You know that I love that, and this is I've man, you got me so pumped. I got like goosebumps right now because I've been saying this kind of stuff for a long, long time as a person who enjoys numbers. Like as much as I love numbers and crunching numbers, like finding where the data tells you that you have to go because there are so many rules and things that people do in sports that are just jacked up that they make no sense to me. And I go like, all you have to do is think outside the box, watch what the numbers are telling you, and you can absolutely transform your team and turn your team completely around just by making a few little tweaks because the numbers tell you to do it. But nobody's paying attention to the numbers because they always do things the same way they've always done them, and they say it'll never work that way because we just can't. It just doesn't work when we try it. And I go like, but you haven't tried it though. And people are sometimes unwilling to make change, and the industry that I have worked in over 20 plus years tells me that you have to think outside the box. When you don't make changes, you become a loser because all you're doing is you're settling for, normalcy, and normalcy never makes you a winner. It just makes you normal. I love out of the box thinking. That's awesome,
I agree.
Man. That's so awesome.
And she's a movie buff, and by the way, I'm going to release another little tidbit here.
Uh-oh.
At the end, we have a fun question for Diane at the end, and that question was given to me by yours truly, Casey Shaw.
Uh-oh.
And you guys will know what I'm talking about at the end when I say it's time to wrap up. We're at our time. We're going to have a fun question to finish it off, and that fun question actually came to me through Casey Shaw. So thank you, Casey Shaw. That was it. Actually, it was a fun question, and I'm not going to say what it was. I think people they'll enjoy it when they see it.
Yeah, I can't wait, man.
So full credit to you, my friend. Thank you for helping contribute. And I know you don't want me to say this, but Casey reviewed the questions for me as a helping hand. So for people in the chat who were saying it's nice to see YouTubers working together, it's not just the people you see on camera. Like there's a list of people, and if you don't mind, can I give a shout out to a few people?
Absolutely.
not pumping channels and not pumping anything that people get paid for or anything like that. Just want to, I got too many notes here, too many things going on at once. I just want to give a shout out to a few people. But my point being that it's not just the people you see on the video who participated in it. You know, there's a good group of people who contribute behind the scenes that don't get seen. So for example, Casey Shaw, you provided a huge help for that interview, and you helped me behind the scenes working through questions and making sure the right things were being looked at. And we had to whittle down the questions down to what was expected to be a 20-minute period, but the interview goes on for 32 minutes. She stuck around with us for a bit longer, which was awesome. But in the think tank, you know, Wolfie, Cash Money, Zembak, and Martin all contributed very heavily to us. And then we've got a bunch of viewers of your channel and other channels. We've got Bobby M. Investor, Teldog, Adrian Fernandez, Crismo, Prometheus, and yourself, who all helped behind the scenes. It's truly a team effort, and I want to say thank you to all of you.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Sounds like an award speech. It's just an interview, but I mean,
no, but it's cool
we spread
though.
Wealth.
Yeah, man, it's really, really cool. I think it's awesome that everybody's taking part and trying to come up with good questions to ask is vital. And when we just rely on ourselves and not reaching out to others to help us with things like that, it's like it kind of limits our capability. Sugar Crane asked a question here. He says, question for Casey and Pantheon. This is a small position for AMC compared to AMC market cap. What impact would there be or expected compared to leading mining companies? I don't know the answer to that.
So that is true. It's a small position for AMC compared to AMC's market cap. That's absolutely true. They have not exercised the warrants yet. What impact would there be or expected compared to leading mining companies? I'm not sure I follow the question. Maybe you can help me out.
Well, I'm saying I think if I had to guess, this is probably leading towards like, why specifically HYMC couldn't they have made more money by investing in mining companies that would have been more influential? And I would
I see.
Yeah, I mean that's how I'm kind of taking this question, and I appreciate that because that's actually a really good question. It's to me, I guess the way I would look at it, and maybe if I'm interpreting this wrong, please let me know, Sugar Crane. But the you know I think that I think AMC saw something, and Adam Aaron said he saw that HYMC was struggling very similarly to how AMC was struggling when we came to support AMC, and I think he saw something in HYMC specifically that told him it was a good purchase that made it a very similar play to what it is that we're doing from our end. So
I can answer that actually. I didn't understand the question, but now I understand what's being asked. I can add to what you've said, Casey, if you'd like.
Go for it.
So Jason Mudrick of Mudrick Capital is invested in Highcroft. Jason Mudrick knows Adam Aaron from their relationship on AMC. Highcroft has an amazing deposit. They are the #1 silver deposit of what they currently can prove versus the inferred versus the measured and indicated. They right now are the #1 North American deposit of silver and among the top 20 in the world for gold. And they're the biggest one for both in the tier one resource area, which means the safest to mine, which is in Nevada, as opposed to other countries across the world who are, shall we say, you need more security to be doing what you're doing there. Okay, we'll just put it that way. So Jason Mudrick reached out to Adam Aaron and said, I'm invested in this company. And you guys, you think what you want about Jason Mudrick, but he reached out to Adam Aaron and said, I'm invested in this company, Highcroft Mining. They've got this tremendous asset. They need help getting out of debt. They've got problems with the balance sheet. You know how to fix that. Would you mind taking a look? Adam Aaron said, no problem. He went to look at it, met with Diane Garrett, went through the books. None of this is in the interview, so I'm not spoiling the interview. He went through the books, took a look at it, and said, not only do I have ideas, I'm actually intrigued by what I see. So they got into talking to all of the the scientific people, the actual the engineers on site. They got into talking about the measured versus the indicated different reserves. There's different types, and that's all in the prelude video. It describes to you guys the above grade analysis versus when they start digging to get from levels of certainty for what's in the ground. And there was enough there for Adam Aaron to say, we can fix the books. Like we know how to advise you to fix the books. You guys have the resources and you've got what you need to do. You know how to extract it. I want to invest in this. And we've got this, at that point, I believe it was a $1.7 billion war chest. We could take some of that money and put that towards this investment. That's how it happened. Jason Mudrick did not come to Adam Aaron. This is one of the things the fudsters say out there. Jason Mudrick did not come to Adam Aaron and say, buy my investment out so you can do me a favor. He did not come in and do a favor for Jason Mudrick buying shares in AMC or in HYMC. He was asked to come and advise because he knew how to do that. So he did. He came to advise and said, I like what I see to the point that I think this is smart. And that episode 98 that I referred to in my video today, that's my HYMC episode 98 of my series. And I bring that up because at that time, there were many social media influencers and Twitter people. Right off the bat, that video I did within a few days of AMC announcing their investment, I think it was March 15th. And most people were saying this is a terrible idea, terrible investment. This is brutal. And I was not the only one, but I was one of the few who said, hold on a sec, you guys aren't looking at this right. And that video changed a lot of people's perceptions. I've heard this time and time again about why this is a good investment for us. And people can say it's not in debate. I'm completely fine with that, but I believe that it is. And, that right there helped. I'm trying to help dispel the myth that Adam Aaron's doing Jason Mudrick a solid. He was, as far as looking at the books to advise, but he came and liked what he saw and said, I want to buy into this too. And at that point, Eric Sprott, who was already a small investor in Highcroft, but was invested with Diane Garrett previously with Remarco Minerals, Eric Sprott was also at the same time saying, I'd like to buy in. And so Diane introduced Eric Sprott and Adam Aaron together, and they worked together to make that same investment with the same amount of money at the same time. That's how all those connections were made. So I hope that clears up. That's the God honest truth. Hope that clears up, people, because I see a lot of FUD out there about how Adam Aaron's screwing people and he's just helping out his buddies like Jason Mudrick. That's not how this thing came to be. But people like to spin a good yarn. So anyhow, didn't mean to go so long, Casey, but that's how Adam got into it. He wasn't looking for a gold and silver play. It sort of fell into his lap. He looked at it, him and Sean Goodman, they said, we could do something with this. And then they used the same technique that Silver Lake did when Silver Lake invested in AMC with the $600 million convertible bond. And back in 2020, I think it was, Silver Lake, Lee Whitlinger got a seat on the board of AMC as part of that deal, which still burns me. But they used the same technique and got a seat on the board of Highcroft by their investment in, which that's where Sean Goodman now has a seat on the board. And that's why Sean Goodman's the guy on the board, because AMC came in not to advise them on precious minerals. Eric Sprott is the guy who knows how to talk through that. John Goodman's the guy who's helping them look at the books and say, let's get you into the black. And by the way, the expected EPS was -1 cent for Highcroft for Q2. So I say Q2, not Q4. So, they've gone from, you'll hear it in the interview, but they've gone from a negative, I think it was 50 some cents a share to -0.01 is the expectation for Q2. And that's because they're not drilling right now. They're just getting gold and silver off the heap leach fields. And the exploration program is kicked underway for wrapping up in 2023, early 2023. Sorry, Casey, I went on a long time there.
No, that's all right. Sugar Crane kind of redefined, said impact on share price for HYMC to AMC share price. I'm just going to say this, Sugar Crane. Whenever the share price of HYMC goes up, that adds to how much money we have on our books in our investment. So when there's a net profit on price for HYMC, AMC gets to report that in their books. When it's a loss, then we have to take it off the books. But there's one other factor here that I don't think a lot of really people kind of key in on is that AMC has tied themselves to a commodity. And what that means is that all the algorithms that are out there that look at the different aspects of all the different companies and are trading based off of their positions now have to account for commodity that's attached to AMC. And so when commodities start rising in value, the algorithms see that and they go like, oh, AMC is worth more now because not because HYMC specifically is going up, but because the potential for HYMC to go up is there. And so they have to account for that and say like, okay, well, this is going to add valuation to AMC because the potential for price improvement on HYMC is there. AMC now gets the credit for that. So, and that's kind of an aspect that I think a lot of people kind of miss by tying yourself to commodities. In a stressed economy, commodities always tend to rise up in value. So that's kind of one of the recession protection plans that I think Adam Aaron has kind of put forth or in place here. Is he's basically saying like, if the market has a downswing, I've got backup. I've got something that's going to help our books out. And when the market's doing better, it's not going to help us out. But that's where we start coming in with our money that's coming in through the movies. So he's kind of, what's the word they call? Not putting all his eggs in one basket. He's diversifying the company, which is really, really smart.
And KC, what you're going to hear in the interview is that mining companies don't just increase share price when they're actually drilling and pulling out gold and silver. So when Diane was at Remarco Minerals, I don't want to spill it, but the thinking outside the box, the Moneyball approach, right? Hale Gold Mine was in South Carolina, is the main mine that Remarco bought for $1 million, and they turned that under her guidance from a $20 million market cap to over $1 billion. And that all took place before they pulled gold and silver out of the ground. Diane's going to talk about how that works in the interview. But the valuation of these companies, they don't just go up when they're actually getting physical gold and silver in their hands. They go up leading up to that. So the valuation of Highcroft shares going up. And remember, Diane bought her investment into it at a much higher price than it is now. So, she's in this for success, and she's I think a trustworthy CEO for what my opinion's worth.
I can't wait to hear this.
So I think that ties into the AMC valuation on our books. It should make people happy is the point I'm trying to make when that starts to take place for Highcroft. And what they did at Hale Gold Mine is the exact same thing that they're doing at Highcroft. And what I mean is what the mine was when they got there, what it was previously drilled for, and the approach that they're taking with and by the way, the people that she worked with at Remarco, she brought them over with her. So this is a team that not only just she's done it, she brought her team with her from one company to the next, because Remarco got bought out by a larger company. So Oceana Gold is who bought out Remarco.
When you find a good team, sometimes it's best to take them with you. I think I've heard you say that before.
Well, like Casey Shaw and Pantheon AMC. Come on.
Absolutely. Cassius says, "I got my shovel. Who's ready? Who's coming?" We're all gonna head over there and start digging holes. I mean,
myself is asking. Sorry, go ahead, Casey.
No, I was just gonna.
I can.
I'm
holding it.
I was just gonna say. What was I gonna say? Oh, I was gonna say that the future potential interviews that you were talking about, at least with like a series and her showing some of the machinery. I have this amazing fascination with different industries and the machinery that goes on. You don't even know how much time I spend on YouTube watching how things are made, just because I love seeing different machinery of different industries and how it works to produce what they're producing. I think it's on my list of things to watch. So that's going to be stuff that I will love to see too. Your turn.
We had a question here from myself. Does she speak about a target valuation for Highcroft? Marcel tried to ask that question, and stay tuned for her response. It's quite funny. That's all I can say on that.
Do you happen to know if she speaks any foreign languages?
I did not ask her that question. No.
I don't know why, but I've always found that individuals that especially here in the United States, I don't want to say it's necessarily true in other countries, but here in the United States, I find that people who are multilingual tend to have a higher IQ. Um, just it shows a level of I don't know what to call it. I guess understanding that the world's bigger than just where it is that you're at. I guess I don't know.
May we?
I don't speak I don't speak any other languages, so, so I'm
I didn't
immediately.
fool you with that one, did I?
But I'll
The
tell you
fun
what
thing
though,
about yeah,
I've always wanted to learn multiple languages, and I think maybe one of the things that I'd like to do after MOASS is start learning different languages. That is one of the first companies I ever worked for was South Korean, and I did learn some Korean a little bit when I was over there, um, but it was just enough to get me through. I think we were there for 2.5 weeks or 3 weeks. I think it was 3 weeks. It was either 2.5 or 3 weeks. It was too long, but it's just enough to get me by. But I really would love to start learning other languages though.
well, I'll start teaching you Canadian, and we can start from there.
Sounds good to me. Is there
This is
such?
my American accent.
Oh, okay. I'd love to hear it. Can we hear the Canadian accent?
You do to boot it.
Was that for real?
Well, that's how they speak in Newfoundland. We call it Newfie. It's yeah.
Say it
The
again.
the people from Newfoundland have a very different way to speak. The east of Ontario and Quebec, right? Quebec's a beautiful place in its own, which is French Canadian. Beyond that, to the east, is the Maritimes, and it's a very different language out there than it is on the western side of Canada. Of course, I'm on the western side, so I would say no doubt about it. And someone from Newfoundland would say "new do to boot it," and when you hear it, you're like, "What? What did they say?"
Yeah, but I heard
Um,
it this time though. Now that you told me what it was I was supposed to hear, I heard it.
yeah.
That's funny. No,
But anyways, it's "new do to boot it,"
no,
and a lot of the people from Newfoundland come out to the western side for work. They like to work in aviation companies, like loading the planes and stuff up north, and then they want to become pilots. But you gotta start and put so many hours in doing that. So a lot of them come out and do stuff like that. So you come across them quite often, and you're just like, that person's from Newfoundland, which is always kind of cool because we've got such a melting pot of diversity across Canada. Always have. Um, anyhow, I'll teach you some Canadian, eh?
that sounds good, man. I'm looking forward to it. Savvy says, Casey, did you learn the swear words? I worked for another company that was French, and the only word that I ever learned from any of the guys that I worked with there, because they did have a lot of expats over there, and the only word that I learned from them was merde. And it came from one of the company tennis matches, and I got teamed up with a doubles partner who was one of the expats that was working at the company, and he kept saying merde after every time we'd lose a point. I had no idea what that meant. I was like, so finally I asked him. I said, "What is this merde word that you keep saying?" And for some reason or another, he was extremely embarrassed by the fact that I had picked up on the fact that he kept saying it. And so he didn't want to tell me what it was, and so he made me go to my boss and ask my boss, he was also from France. He and my boss Xavier says, "Oh," I said, "Xavier, I have a question on this word. I keep hearing this word and I don't know what it means." Okay, see, what is this word you are talking about? And I say, "Merde. What is this merde?" And I, I, he was a very dry humor kind of person, but when he smiled and laughed, it was that kind of smile and laugh that just kind of gets you because you've said something funny, really funny, and he goes, "Whoa." That's the you see how you say the F word? so, so yeah, I do know some swear words in different languages, but that's been kind of one of the fun things about working in an industry where there's companies that are owned by foreign entities and working inside those companies.
Always a good skill.
Yeah, well, when you're gonna merd, you're gonna merd. Casey speaks many languages, just haven't come up with a name for it yet, but it's some like hockles. I can't even say that word. I make up my own languages. Steve says even poop sounds romantic in French. Caca. You know,
It's a smart crowd you have here.
yeah, it is. These guys
I
are
mean
all
it.
bright. You know what? Let's see here. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Believe it or not, it is time again. Do you mind if we cut away for just a minute here while we look at the numbers real quick?
That was a fast hour.
I
Sure,
know,
go
I know,
for it.
right? I had fun. Really, I do have fun. Time flies. Let me see here. Let me log into my broker real quick. Taking guys, excuse me, taking you guys over to the other page. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It may keep somebody out of your account that you don't want being in your account. If you don't like it, you can always take it off. But now would be a great time to test it out and see how it works for you. Taking a look at our numbers here. Actually, let me move 2 pages over. I always forget about moving. One of these days, we're going to get this. Have you seen the new dashboard? Oh, wait, I think I did show it. I sent it to you, I think. You've seen the new dashboard, right, Panther? Yeah. Well, no, yeah, I would say that to anybody anytime somebody sends a file, you always do your due diligence. Don't ever trust anything that's sent to you. Always verify everything. Just open it up. Um, yeah. But that dashboard's really going to help when we start using it here soon. All right, let's take a look at off exchange here. 53.84 and 15.27 out of the EDGX an hour ago. Let's see what it's looking like right now. Total right now out of the off exchange is 54.28. 54.28 rather, and 15.03 through the CBOE EDGX, giving us a grand total of 69.31% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. Not as high as the 70% we've been seeing, but it is still pretty high. As of an hour ago, according to Ortex, we had about 985,000 shares having been returned. That's been reduced to 578,000. That's going to have the impact of raising the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.66%. Cost to borrow average is at 9.28, max at 16.4, min at 7.94%. Shares on loan did decrease day over day to 131.76. I think that was it was somewhere between 3 and 4 million shares that were returned day over day. Looking at the options, as of an hour ago, the $20 was our heaviest amount of volume for strike price. It still is. It went from 23.1 thousand contracts to 25.5. For the puts, highest amount of volume currently at is $17 strike price, which is $2 higher than what it was an hour ago. At 15 an hour ago, there was 5.7 thousand contracts. At 17, there's now 6.6 thousand contracts. Which means that the likelihood of us seeing a closing price somewhere between $17 and $20 is very likely. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see, AMC is currently in 7th with a 50-50 buy-sell ratio. And ironically, GME is down here in 20th with a very near to the same 52% buy to 48% sell ratio. SSR would have tripped today at $16.39. I don't see any new shares having been borrowed in the last hour. Fees are 6.8% for borrowing. 69.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 72.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 65.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.14, Dow Jones is down 0.36, and the S&P 500 is down 0.16. We currently have an advancing market just barely with 3,572 advancers to 3,262 declining securities. The VIX is up 1.59, VTI is down 0.17, IWD is down 0.33, Tesla up 0.18, Amazon up 2.48, Cinemark is up 1.57, Doge is down 0.11, Bitcoin is down 0.97, GME is up 0.55, HYMC is down 0.34, Hood is up 5%, NCMI is up 3.14, and AMC is up 5.3%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have a $33 million more in outflow than inflow, having traded 37.7 million shares after a little more than half of the day. Approximately 222 minutes of trading, giving us a pace of around 66.24 million shares traded by the end of the day today, which is right on the narrow edge of what I did for prediction this morning at 65 to 85 million shares. It's looking like, unless we see some volume spiking towards the end half of the day today, it's looking like I'm going to be over. I hate being over. I despise it. I've failed when I'm over. I will get better. Taking a look at buying and selling pressure according to Vortex indicator and RSI on the weekly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.67, which is slightly above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.08, which is signaling overbought. On a 1 hour interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.22, signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.41, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.77, which is overbought. I'm going to show you guys one more thing. I know normally this would be where I would say, I can see where you guys, what are you guys are writing to me. But I want to share one more thing with you guys since this kind of came up when I was on break earlier and I just now remembered about it. I retweeted a post by BAM Investor that I thought was a pretty decent post. It said, prepare yourself for the biggest market manipulation backfire of all time. Behind the scenes, I've talked to multiple forecasters and data specialists about the orchestrated volume pump that hedge funds have been perpetrating in front of prior upside price spikes on AMC. Price spikes acts as a sort of pressure release valve opened by the hedge funds as a method of avoiding an even larger upside run. During the past year or so, the hedge funds would pump volume in about 7 tickers as a way to flash a shiny object and distract apes. The volume pump would be orchestrated in a sequence that would start about a week or so ahead of the AMC price spike, and the goal was to pull liquidity away from AMC. This was especially effective in distracting non-margin accounts as their money was tied up during the settlement process for many days. The hedge funds knew that by creating a volume pump, they would trigger basic beginner-level technical buy signals, which in turn would magnify the new shiny object they wanted apes to chase. The hedge funds were also masterful in the way they ignited only one ticker at a time during the 5 to 7 session period leading up to the eventual AMC mini melt up. He wrote it twice. Melt up, or I think he meant meltdown. Unfortunately, they created too many different shiny objects over time, and they attracted too much attention from other funds and traders who simply want to make money irrespective of the specific ticker symbol, and even if they care nothing about the meaning behind the AMC movement. The net result is that hedge funds spawn not just one monster, but an entire list of Frankensteins, any and of all which are capable of destroying the hedge fund's positions on the next big run to the upside. And now many more buyers will join the apes that the funds have been working so hard to distract and demoralize. In other words, the hedge funds got too cute. They overplayed their hand. They messed up, and now you all are about to be the beneficiaries in multiple tickers during multiple runs for multiple weeks and multiple months. Congratulations. In conclusion, enjoy the summer, enjoy the fall, enjoy your family, enjoy your friends, enjoy watching enjoy H's, G'ing W's. I don't know what that is. I don't know. And like I said a year ago, the good guys always win. Um, I don't necessarily subscribe to everything that's being said here, but I'm going to tell you guys that I do believe that this is true. I do believe, and part of the reason why I don't like to talk about other tickers and I want to keep it AMC related is because I know that they are pushing other things to try and get the volume to move away from where it hurts the most. And that's a lot of the reason why I don't talk about other tickers. So when I do the things that I do them for a reason. I'm not just trying to be a dick. But I really know where it hurts them the most to have volume, and I'm not going to sit there and help them out in advertising what it is that they're talking about. So that's part of the reason why I stick only to AMC. Casey says, "Have you seen we crossed on the vortex indicator on the weekly?" I did. I just showed it. Oh, you're right, StockWiz. You're right. Merit is the S word. I'm sorry. I messed up earlier. You're right. It's not the F word. It was the S word. That's right. I forgot. Pantheon is boss. I'll leave that one up for you if you want to talk about that Pantheon.
I can answer it.
Yeah.
Sure. Because in Boss did 2 streams yesterday, and in the first one, somebody wrote the same comment that they thought he looked sad. No. I can assure you, I've been working with him behind the scenes on this whole interview deal, and we talk pretty much every day. And I can tell you guys, no, Boss is completely fine. He's not sad. I think he had a calmer song. He didn't play his regular opening song because he's trying to promote a fellow ape in the think tank who makes their own music, and it was a bit of a slower tune. And he's someone that actually cares about this community, much like KC. And Marcel doesn't. I'm not going to speak for the man, but when he sees stuff that's just not helpful to the overall economy and the whole effery, it gets him like anybody else. But he's not sad. He's not depressed. He's in this to win this, guys, and he's as strong as he's ever been. I can tell you that. I talked to him last night. So I'm not sure how it came off that way in the video, but if it did, just know that Marcel's completely fine. He's rock strong. Rock strong, is that even a phrase?
Sure it is
making
now.
Stuff up, Casey.
Hey, you're in the right place for that.
We just make up our own words.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
Our own phrases. It must be true. People say it.
I'm in.
Have you seen? Oh, hold on a second. I gotta find out what the name of this TV series is. Have you seen? I think it's Norseman, but let me just make sure it's right. Norseman. Yeah, it's a Norwegian comedy series. It's called Norseman. Have you seen it?
No.
It's on. I think it's on Netflix, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it's on Netflix. Check it out, dude. It's a mixture of Monty Python meets Game of Swords, Games of Thrones, or Thrones of Games, or whatever. But it's really freaking hilarious. It's like, I mean, I don't know. It's not nearly as funny as Monty Python, but it's got its own little twist on it, and it's absolutely hysterical. Like I just couldn't stop laughing. It was just like one thing after another in this thing. It's like, one of the things that they say on there is they'll come up with a saying, and they'll be like, people say it, it must be true. And it's hilarious. You got to go watch it.
There's one other comment I probably should address here. Sub has the boss. Says a couple weeks ago, Marcel said he was selling his house and moving to Europe. He's not moving to Europe. I know the video you're talking about. He's not moving to Europe. He's not leaving the U.S., folks. He's rock strong. I'm going to stay with that.
Rock strong. I mean, that's pretty strong.
Rock strong. I'm staying.
Maybe
I'm taking it back.
Maybe we're gonna see in the interview today. Maybe Diane came up with that rock strong. I mean, it does seem like a kind of a mineral thing to say. Seems like a mining type term, maybe. We're making it up as we go.
Maybe.
If it's not,
I like that theory.
If it's not, it's going to be. They could just call everything rock strong. Did you find that gold over there? Yeah, it's rock strong. Oh man, somebody was mentioning something over there. I think earlier somebody had mentioned something about it being not too far away from Tesla's factory. I know I had a lot of friends in the semiconductor industry who left semiconductors to head over to work for the Gigafactory over there, and I believe it's in Nevada, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure exactly where Highcroft is, but I think it is Nevada, right?
It is Nevada, and
Okay.
that comes up. That comes up in the interview. Diane mentions the Tesla factory.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. Let's see. Ross just said, Casey, you just got your title for tomorrow's stream. Rock strong. I guess that's gonna be the title for tomorrow. Rock strong.
Oh no! Oh no! It's begun.
If I do that now that I can think of a perfect song I think for that as well. The only song that comes to my mind for something like that would be Queen. We Will Rock You.
I was thinking Hard as a Rock by AC/DC.
Ooh. All right, but don't hate me if I don't play that one. I'm gonna have to check it out.
Hey, that's all good. Rock strong. I'm gonna tweet that out. What the hell? I'm gonna own this.
Own it. Own it. Let's see. I'm gonna write it down here. I'm writing it as we speak on my glass table. Rock strong. As Dr. Zeno would say, what rock sounds like? Hawk. Kotch.
Oh no. Oh no.
You just got hot kotched. Rock strong. Not bad. I like it. Well, we might have to do that for tomorrow. Amy says she wants Pussycat. I gotta save that for the right day. Amy. It's like there's certain days where I feel it, and then there's other days where I'm just kind of like, nah, it just doesn't fit. And unfortunately, and I'm gonna say this right now because I know a lot of you guys have been putting in a lot of requests on songs. Don't be upset if your song doesn't get played. Just know that it's gotta fit the feeling for how I'm feeling for the day to day. It's really just kind of sometimes it's either the title or just kind of like what I'm expecting for the day to day. Like yesterday, I played a Green Day song because I thought we were going to have a Green Day. It wasn't necessarily the song specifically, it was more about the group name than anything. But there's always kind of like a rhyme or a reason behind the song that I pick, and it's just kind of based off of how I'm feeling things are going. So I'm trying to feel my way through this with music. Dr. Zeno hates me. Rock strong is the new password to get on a Pantheon's YouTube channel.
Yeah, you got to knock twice and whisper that through the little opening in the door. We'll let you in.
Rock strong.
Oh man, this is too much fun. This is what happens when I come on your show. We have fun.
It's a good time.
I mean, it's fun when I'm not on your show for you, but I have fun when I'm here. So
I do too. Aaliyah says, hello, Casey and Pantheon. Hello, Aaliyah.
Hello.
Flarpy McNicklance, I can't say that name, says ACDC, she's got balls. Okay.
Man, you can almost never go wrong with AC/DC. Like somebody earlier put Primal Scream for Motley Crue. That's a killer song too.
Monty
Just
said
talking about songs.
Monty said the Stone. Dude, I love the Stones. The Rolling Stones are like some of my like you know what song I love more? Oh, this might be the song for tomorrow. Dude, I love to sing this to my kids whenever my kids you know want something, or they're kind of like demanding sort of. I love to sing to them. You can't always get what you want. That's probably not even the name of the song. I have no idea what the name of the song is, but I sing that to them. I go, you can't always get what you want. You may try sometimes, but you just might find. You just might find. You get what you need, and it's like I sing it and they just hate it. I can see their eyes rolling in the back of their heads as soon as I start singing it. And but I love that song though because it's so true. It's like, sometimes we want things really, really, really bad, but we get what we need. Life is like that.
Casey, there's just one last thing. I mean, there's many more things about the interview. Not that I want to circle it back to that necessarily, but there's one thing that hasn't come up that I'm kind of surprised with.
Oh, sorry. What is it?
No, 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 don't be sorry. I'm surprised nobody's asked if we asked the question about the Highcroft AMC joint NFTs. Black in
Mm,
July, gold in October. Oh, I asked. I asked. Got a little cheeky with that question, shall we say?
really? You
I did. I got a
you
little.
got
No, I,
cheeky.
I
Okay.
I got a little cheeky with that question. Yeah. So we'll leave it at that. Trying to pull something out of a publicly traded company CEO.
Hmm.
That's not the big thing. Anyways, it's a fun thing. Just want to mention that too. And we did ask the question.
I can't wait, man. I'm really this is probably like the first time that I've ever been excited for the day to end. I never I mean I can't honestly say that there's ever been a single day that I've been doing this where I couldn't wait for it to get over. This is the first time. But yeah. Jordan, I would love to hear what the interesting story behind that song is. Just shout it out there. Tammy says you got that song stuck in my head. Man, I love that song though, Tammy. It's so true in life. Fred says lithium is in Nevada. Yes, Fred. I know. And if you know anything
Do you
about
think
batteries,
do you think we asked that question?
I would tend to think you probably might have.
We might have.
Yeah. It would be a pretty damn good question. Let's see. Garrett says, Pantheon, how do you think AMC price will move after hours today and tomorrow? Not financial advice. Rock strong.
Rock strong. Rock strong.
Rock strong.
I don't talk price. I don't talk dates.
There you
We've
go.
seen what happens every other time AMC has a positive earnings call. Um, we see that every time. Is that going to happen today? I have no clue. Let's wait and find out.
Mm-hmm.
Rock
Steven's in.
strong.
Yeah, rock strong. It's like, it's, diamonds. They're hard. Rock strong. Formed under pressure. Ross says kissing 20 and wait, Jordan never came back with his story. I really want to know Jordan's story about that song. Hayden says I just tuned running to my next plane. I know I'd get more respect on the radio with Pantheon's silky pipes. I'm so jealous. I was watching Family Guy last night, and it did Quagmire with his uh, captain's voice, and he talking about AMC prices 1927. get that growl at the very end when you're pausing in between things. Our current volume's at 39.65 million. We're currently running at about 35 million more in outflow. I feel like pilots have like such the best time doing those like those microphone announcements to the whole cabin. I used to have that as one of my if you ever have the opportunity to be able to call me and hear my answering machine, I should probably play it sometime. But it used to be where I was acting like I was a pilot, and it was actually kind of good sounding. But then I changed it to Yogi. Let me see if I can pull it up. Uh-oh. My wife texted me. I don't know how long ago. Ooh, that was a while ago. I'm gonna be in trouble. Tildog says, "Yo, Casey, say rock strong with your Beavis and Butthead voice." Rock strong.
You know he's gonna clip that now.
Yeah. Let's see here. My voicemail greeting. Let's see if I can play this for you guys to hear. I don't know if it's gonna be. Hopefully this can be loud. You can hear it.
Hey, boo-boo. You know what we're gonna do?
Leave a message.
My wife, she does this like amazing. Oh shoot, I forgot what Boo Boo. She does an amazing Boo Boo, and so I was trying. She had just got into the car, and I was creating a new answering message, and so I was trying to get her to do an impromptu Boo Boo, and then she didn't understand what was going on because she just sat down in the car and didn't even realize what I was doing, and it ended up being even more funny. So, could you hear that? I don't know if you could hear that or not.
Yeah, I could hear it. I was on mute. Sorry.
That's all right.
It's good. I'm laughing, but I'm on mute, so you can't hear me laughing. Sorry.
That's okay. Fred says Nirvana sings lithium. I hope that Highcroft found lithium. Hey, it's what happens when good
Dramatic.
people. Oh, go ahead. No, yeah, dramatic pause.
That's just, yeah. Sorry.
Why do I feel? Oh man, guys, I've been watching. I was looking at the chart right now, going like, why do I feel like this looks like a 5-minute chart? I've been stuck on the 5-minute chart, guys. I apologize. I didn't. I just now noticed I was looking. I was like, something's not right here. Sorry about that. We're at $19.30. I've gotten the comment before that a lot of people listen but can't watch, and they've asked me to call out the price, and I'm still trying to get in the habit of doing that. I forget that people can't see sometimes. Ross says, I can't believe you didn't read out my absolute golden joke. Wait, hold on. Let me scroll back up. Ross said, kissing 20 in the next hour, mark me. Then he said, Pantheon post MOASS, how much will you charge for your fragrance, Rockstrong? And will it be available in Europe?
I think I'm probably going to lose the rights to Rock Strong to KC before this is all said and done. So,
you don't lose it to me.
The tiers of hedge funds. Oh, de toilet.
Dude, that is perfect. I would buy the crap out of that stuff. I mean, all you got to do is just make it smell just even close to something manly. And actually, what would the tiers of hedge funds smell like?
Mayonnaise?
Mayo. That would be I would buy the crap out of that though. It just all I would have to do is just smell anywhere halfway decent. I'd probably buy it just to have a bottle.
I took a picture of Boss or no, yeah, Boss Cologne, Hugo Boss, and I photoshopped it to say Boss Blunts Cologne. That's in the think tank. So maybe we'll get Marcel on that. He could put it on his merchandise store. That could be fun.
Aaliyah says some people listen while working or driving so they can't see. Yeah, I understand, Aaliyah. I forget, I'm sitting here watching it and I forget that you guys can't see it. So I'm trying to get better about it. Jordan says his grandpa told us they had a woman tell them in an ice cream store you can't always get what you want. He claims that started the song. His grandpa told us. Whose grandpa? Who's his grandpa? Wait a minute, Jordan. Are you telling me? Wait a minute. What is going on here? Is Jordan? Okay, he says here, okay, so my best friend's family owns a restaurant. They have a burger named the Jagger. Apparently his grandpa was friends with Mick growing up. Dude, no way. That's pretty cool, man. That is a cool story. BioLife, I've
Good
actually
work, Tell
thought
Dog.
about I thought about setting a timer like for every 15 minutes to go off. I think it would piss people off, but I think maybe I do need to do that. What did Tell Dog say?
Nothing. He may have clipped part of this live stream and put it somewhere on your Discord. The butthead.
Oh, did he? He already put it up there?
I'm sure he did. He's very quick. He's very clever.
That's hilarious. The Jimmy Burger. Well, I'll read it again. The price right now is $19.28. We are up 5.93% for the day, up $1.07. Yo says, this is a legitimate question here. How do we know you're not just pumping H1MC because you're holding a bag, not bashing you? Just a fair question. It is kind of a little bit of a insinuation, but I don't
Sorry, who asked that question?
think. Yo said it. Hey, yo.
Oh, it's like that now, is it?
Yeah, no, I don't think. See, here's the thing. I'll let you answer. But that is a little bit offensive. Just saying, throwing that out there. But go ahead and.
Yeah, Ayo's always been good to me. I'll say this: I'm not trying to pump Highcroft. I'm trying to pump the interview. So when Diane Garrett went on with Benzinga back in March, right after AMC made the announcement, that was a terrible interview. I mean, they hung up on her at the end, and then they were like, "Hey, Diane, if you want to come back on the channel, let us know." Ha ha ha! It was stupid. And she's looking for someone to help talk through the information. It's all factual information in the interview. I believe I also, and I take no offense to what you wrote there, Ao, but I did very clearly say at the start of this chat that there is nothing in that interview that's going to come out and be this huge main catalyst for the squeeze to blow up, right? So there is breaking information that has not been released by the company, but it's nothing that's going to make everyone go, "Holy crap!" The company blows up and the squeeze takes place immediately. That's not what we're doing. I think I was very clear about that. So no, I'm not holding a bag on Highcroft, and Diane wants someone to help be a conduit of information. Marcel and I took a shot at it. It went well. I think you guys can be the judge of that on the interview. And my huge main position, my holdings is AMC. So I'm an AMC ape, and I'm not trying to pump and dump anything here. That just to answer the question 100% truthfully. And when you guys watch the interview, I mean, if you come back and say I overhyped stuff, I don't think that I have. We've had some fun with it here, and we put a lot of work into it. We'd like to see people get the true information. There's social media influencers and YouTube creators right now who are talking about Highcroft and saying that you can't extract the gold and the silver. You can. They're saying all kinds of things that aren't true. And the purpose of this interview was to dispel those myths and cut through the FUD so that people can understand what's really there, right? And so take a look at the 10Q, take a look at the information they release, listen to the interview, and you'll find everything in there is 100% upfront and factual. I think that's a fair way to answer it. I take no offense to what Ayo wrote. Ayo's been pretty good to me over the months I've been on YouTube.
I'll say this. If I felt like there was like some kind of you guys know me well enough to know that I'm AMC and AMC only, but I know HYMC is part of AMC because we own through AMC, we own shares. The company owns shares of HYMC. If I felt like any of this was a push to try and get people to move or start buying HYMC, I wouldn't be talking about it. That's not what I think that this is here. I think it's trying to give us a better understanding of what AMC is holding on to. And that's kind of my take. If I felt like this was a sales pitch, I wouldn't be here. I can guarantee that because I feel like I know what a sales pitch looks like, and if I saw one, I probably wouldn't be a part of it. And I've even gone to I've had people approach me and ask me to be a part of fundraising campaigns, and I've had to tell them no because as much as I would love to advertise, a way for people to help out other people, I think that's great, but I just can't do it because it kind of violates everything that it is that I stand for here. And which is that I'm not trying to sell you guys anything ever. I'm just simply trying to report on the historical events of what's happening with AMC and give you guys information as best as I possibly can and help you out along the way. So if I felt like this was an HYMC kind of pump thing, I can promise you right now, I wouldn't be talking about it. I really wouldn't. And in fact, I'll even go as far as to say that Pantheon asked me before he came on if it was okay that we talked about this, because I think he knows how I feel about that, and he knew that it wasn't AMC specific. And I told him, I said, no, it is related to AMC, and it's I think it's important to talk about. So that's kind of how I feel.
At no point in the entire time that I've been on YouTube have I ever said to buy or sell anything. I don't talk dates. I don't talk prices. I've never done that on my channel, not once. I know Ayo's coming from a place where just asking hard questions, and Ayo's a good one, so I got no problem with Ayo. But the thing is, as commodity prices increase, the valuation of what they hold will increase, as will that portion of the books on AMC, because you are invested in Highcroft through AMC. And let me be very, very, very clear about this. I've never suggested anyone buy or sell any stock, and I'm certainly not suggesting anybody sell any AMC and buy Highcroft. You are invested in Highcroft through your AMC investment.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, though, guys, if I see like that's what it's turning into, something like that, I'll point it out. I'll be the first to point it out and say, guys, I was wrong. This was all about a pump on something that we probably shouldn't have been covering, But I don't see that right now, and that's not what I'm seeing. So that's why I feel like it's okay to talk about it.
You won't see that either, Casey. I can assure you.
Yeah, I don't think I will. Let's see here. Oh, apparently if I want to make Dr. Zeno go away, I got to start pushing merchandise. Doctor, I'm not trying to make you go away. I would never do such a thing. In fact, I kind of toyed around with the idea very briefly about maybe like trying to figure out a way to be able to put something together to where the logo could be on mugs that you guys could buy, but I wouldn't get anything from it whatsoever. Like just simply providing if you guys want to use my decal to throw on a mug and in a place where you purchase your own mugs and do that, just it's fine. I'm giving you full approval to use any of the information that I have here, whether it be images or my likeness or whatever. It is your guys's to use as you see fit. You have my expressed permission right now to use it however you want. But the more I started thinking about it, like people would just think that I was trying to push something if I did it. So I just have to tell you guys it's okay for you guys to do it all on your own. If you want to make something up, go for it. But don't you dare start selling it though. I don't want to see you guys out there with some kind of like fake site selling some stuff. You give it away for free, but don't you dare sell it. What about your signature? You just want my signature? I'll give you my signature. I don't know. Sure. I don't. It won't do much for you, I don't think. Tinku says, "Do you still believe in Max Payne as AMC at 15 and Jamie at 35 tomorrow?" I do. Let's see what happens by the end of Friday. Let's see what happens. If you think back to the 34, 33 that we ran up and then immediately came back down on, it did start rising very similarly to how it is right now. So keep that in mind. Sometimes it takes a week for people to start stepping into cow patties. Fake beards. Give me a break, guys. That's crazy. Did either of you take a stab at self-calculating the AMC earnings mainly as EPS going to beat prediction of negative 0.19? I did. I did take a stab at it, and I think it's going to beat 0.19, negative 0.19. That's my personal belief, but in regards to whether or not we make it positive, I'd like to think that we are, but Tony might be right. I'll tell you what, I think there's a little bit of something that we're missing, and that's gift cards. I don't know if you guys are Pantheon. Are you aware of how gift cards work with companies?
Well, I've heard recently. I think Tony was talking about that recently, or you were saying you had a conversation with Tony about it.
Yeah.
About how they go on the books as a liability until they're used.
Right. And most of the really good movies started coming out second quarter, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe a lot of the gift cards were used up. So because that would become not only a money generator but a money reduction on a liability, right? So that's what companies do when they have people who have time off. They force people into taking time off because they don't want to have that on their books. And similarly, if there was a lot of people out there with Christmas gift cards and some of the really good movies started coming out in Q2 because there wasn't really too much maybe in Q1 that they wanted to go see, those gift cards would start getting used up, which means revenue incoming and taken and the how it counted against the books. You just said it, and I can't even remember the word. The way it counts against the books is going to be taken off. The liability. I don't know why I couldn't think of liability. The liability will be gone. So I'm hoping.
Go
ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna say I'll admit I didn't know that. I assumed I had never looked into it. Tony's obviously done the homework. I thought once you sell a gift card, you mark that down as a sale. But I can see why they would go down the road of it marking as a liability until it's actually used, and then it gets credited as the actual sale. And then there's some kind of extra information or by states or something about how to handle them long term. So
yeah.
Anyways, I didn't know that, so that was interesting to hear.
I'm really hoping that that's going to be the case, is that we're going to see a lot of the movie ticket sales came from those gift cards, because removing that liability would just be amazing, and you'd see more profit generated than what would have been anticipated. So that may be that may be kind of one of those things that it's a hidden bonus. It's just about, we have about 10 more minutes here before we do the numbers one more time, and then I'm going to head to break.
Hey, KC,
Yes, sir.
what's the share price?
$19.38. We're up 6.45%, which is $1.18 up.
Just doing my part.
I know, man. I forget. It's not until I get it in my head, stuck in my head, that I need to keep doing it like every 15 minutes or so. It's not going to become routine. Let's try and take a look here real quick. Panther, if you want to talk about something while I kind of analyze this for just a minute and see if there's like a trend that we're following, because I do see what appears to be a little bit of a trend right now. I yield you the floor.
Oh boy, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
Now that I have nothing to talk about. Okay, let's find something to talk about. What do you guys want to talk about? Captain Awesome says, I know how gift cards work. If you would like me to join the back of the big tramp to explain. Oh, Casey, that could be after your break, potentially something good for you. Captain Awesome knows more about the gift cards.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry,
Absolutely.
you're busy, and here I am throwing questions back to you. Okay, let's see. Looks like Teldog may have left the chat. That's probably for the best. What else we got going on here? And I'm kidding, Teldog. Dr. Zeno, hopefully Aaron does the Pounce announcement on earnings today. It doesn't make us wait for weeks or months yet. I wouldn't count on that, Dr. Zeno. I think he pretty clearly said. I know you're just sort of saying that'd be nice, but pretty sure you said after the earnings. So yeah, don't expect anything today. I know there's some hype that's been built up, not from you at all, Doc Zeno, but there's been some hype built up in the community and certain influencers or YouTube personalities about today being the day. Today, don't expect today to be the day, but we're having good movement on the stock price. Let's see what happens in the after hours. We should have good news today. The key for me on earnings is going to be when Sean Goodman, the CFO, does his part, right? I like to joke, and Tony DeNaro jokes about this too. Tony says the stock price goes up when Adam Aaron talks, it goes down when Sean Goodman talks, and then it goes back up when Adam Aaron talks, as a joke because Sean Goodman puts people to sleep. But when he talks, what I'm really intently going to be listening for is the words senior secured revolving credit facility. If he talks about that, that's in relation to the specific debt that is tied to their inability until June 30th, 2023 to do share buybacks or to issue potential dividends. And I'm not saying we're going to get, even if that was discussed today, and even if more debt was paid off. And by the way, there was also, it's a report, so it's hearsay, but a report of somebody at one of the movie premieres asked Adam Aaron about the debt after the 72.5 million was paid off for $50 million at a 31% discount. And the person, Adam Aaron, replied to the person, there's more information coming in the short term regarding debt. So, if there's an announcement about the senior secured revolving credit facility, that's in relation to the debt that's about $552 million that's coming due around June 15th of 2023, right before the date of the new requirements of reporting come June 30th, end of Q2 2023. If they talk about that today in a positive way and it opens the door for the ability for dividends or for share buybacks, it doesn't mean that they're doing that, but I'm listening for that term, senior secured revolving credit facility. If I hear that, my ears are going to peak up. So, do I need to filibuster a bit longer, Casey?
No, we're good. I see what appears to be an ascending wedge here. It's pretty steep. We should be seeing a breakout here pretty soon. We do have, fortunately for us, I see rising volume as price is rising, which is actually, believe it or not, bullish. But let me just check the trend line on this because I haven't actually checked it yet. Trend line, I think, is pointing towards the bottom, which also signifies a potential breakout going up, but that's not always true. Sometimes these things don't always work out the way they're supposed to. But I do see that somebody wrote in here that TWE just got suspended. I'm just going to say this real quick. For those of us who play music on our channels, sometimes that can bite us in the butt, and hopefully that's not the reason that he got suspended. But we've seen similar things happen to other people in the past. We'll have to check into that and see. I'll try to reach out to TWE and see what I can find out from them. I feel like this, it looks to me like it's a breakout going down. Who asked that? Jordan. But you know, I see rising price and I see rising volume in contrast to where we were from before. So it seems like it should break out going up, but it's not always going to happen. Sometimes it breaks. It looks like price wants to try to break out going down. If it doesn't move real hard and fast through, like when it's breaking out, if it just kind of subtly just kind of falls out and not doesn't like break hard down, then it means I've gotten this wrong. It means that there's probably some more consolidation that needs to occur, and I probably need to redraw the pattern, or I just don't have. I'm not getting a good read on what's happening here. So we'll kind of watch it here for a few minutes and see what happens. We'll have to check into. I'm actually gonna move over to my Discord here real quick, and I'm gonna write TWE a quick message. So I just told him, I said, dude, I just heard you were suspended. Please let me know what's going on. If you want to join my Discord, we can talk about it live. I'd be more than happy to host so people can know what's going on. Let me know so I can help. So we'll see if he's able to respond. I mean, he should be able to respond back to me, but we'll see. We'll see what he has to say. Sometimes that stuff sucks, man. When you get, I'm pretty sure I've got a strike. The next strike that I get would probably, I think they suspend me for a week, and any further strike after that would mean I would get suspended as well. So it can happen. Does Hawk Koch own AMC stock? He does. Well, I should be able to tell you that. Hold on one second. He owns 17,072 shares.
I believe they get 5,900 shares for being members of the board every year.
I actually misspoke. This is 17.72 thousand. So I think that's 17,720 shares, if I'm not mistaken. 17.72, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they do get shares every ooh. Did you say quarterly or did you say annually?
Annually, every January is when
Right.
they're issued.
That's right. Okay. Yeah.
That's why there was a discrepancy back leading up to the Q4 earnings. Adam Aaron came out and said 516.8 million shares, and people kept saying, no, it's supposed to be 513 million. And I did a video showing where those 3 million shares came from. It came from the equity incentive program, and it added up to a share. So had to add up all the Form 4s. That was a fun exercise.
Junito says he's a good kid. I agree. Sorry, we're going back and forth on subject matter. Grandpa Barney says, Casey, it must be hard at times to track a stock like this with all the BS behind the scenes. Dude, I'm telling you, Grandpa Barney, if you only knew. Oh shoot, I just realized I didn't have the short information on the page. Yeah, there's so much going on all the time. It's not even funny. It's not even funny all the time. Constant things happening. It does appear, guys, that we did break out down of this ascending wedge here. This does look like a pretty good breakout to me happening. Price currently is $19.26. We're at a 5.74 increase in price for the day, which is $1.05 up. I think it's time to do the 1 p.m. numbers. Fred wants to know, what's your next project, Pantheon?
I did just sign up for Twitter. I've been with Twitter now for, thank you, Casey, for subbing to me and wishing me good luck in that environment. I've been there for, let's see, just under 2 days, and there's already up to 934 followers. So it's pretty good action for less than 2 days. I think that's the next thing, trying to get into Twitter and figuring out how this works.
You know what's the most frustrating thing for me on Twitter is having like a complete thought process in a single, like, however many letters it is that you're allowed to put in there. Like I have to go back in and like rewrite it because I always feel like, okay, there's not enough here for 2 posts. So I'm just going to try and take out a few words here and there and see if I can't like minimize this just enough to where it's just all on one page. And then it's like this constant battle of like me trying to find like the fine line between sounding like an idiot and actually posting some decent content. And then the fact that I can't, there's no spell, or there's no, you can't go back and like edit it or anything like that. That pisses me off. So many times I want to edit. But welcome to Twitter.
Twitter handle.
Wait, say that one more time because I don't think
awesome.
everybody could hear you.
Sorry, if I'd waited 2 days longer to start a Twitter account, I would have used Rock Strong.
Pantheon's Rock. All right, I'm gonna mute you. So whatever you say, actually, I'm just gonna leave it on live. So if you say something, people will hear you. Let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. We'll run through everything real fast here, and then I'm gonna take my last break for the day before Power Hour. Currently through the off exchange, an hour ago it was 54.28 and 15.03 through the EDGX. The new numbers for current is 54.57 and 14.57 through EDGX, giving us a total of 69.14, which is a little bit less than what it was an hour ago, but it's still nice. And taking a look at our Ortex data here, let's see, we have 578,000 shares were showing as being returned an hour ago. It's now 591. That's not really going to have much of a change to estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 18.67% currently. Cost per hour average is at 9.26. Max is at 16.4, which is an increase. Min is 7.94. Shares on loan for the day is somewhere like 3 to 4 million less than what it was yesterday, at 131.76 million. And taking a look at the options, an hour ago on the call side, we had at a $20 strike price, we had 25.5 thousand contracts. We now have 33.2. So somebody seems to think that price is going to be jetting up towards that $20 strike price here pretty soon, as the volume kind of started to spike a little bit. As far as puts goes, the highest amount of strike price an hour ago was $17 with 6.6 thousand contracts. Same now, only it's 9.6 thousand contracts. We now have a just slightly over 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, and the market's kind of signaling for a closing price somewhere between $17 to $20 by the end of the day today. Taking you guys over the other side, what we got going on right now is that AMC is in 7th with heavily most traded stocks by orders by Fidelity, with a 49% buy to 51% sell ratio for AMC. And GME coming in 22nd with a 52% buy to 48% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $16.39. It does look like they've borrowed some more shares in the last hour. Approximately 50,000 shares have been borrowed. That's going to increase the total amount of shares that they borrowed for the day today to 700,000 shares. 6.8% is the fee. Currently, there's 69.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 72.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. This is the first time that I can think of in a very long time where I've seen more in the money calls than out of the money. Currently, there's 65.6 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the puts versus 1.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. This may have been that question when I said earlier, do you still think that there's attempts to move price towards max pain as we have more in the money calls than out of the money currently? This could turn into huge amounts of massive. I just said huge and massive. This could turn into a lot of failure to delivers in the future, guys. These in the money calls, if they were to stay in the money, they aren't necessarily all going to be cashed in on, meaning that the best that somebody can get out of it is maybe exercising the shares at a lower price than what the current price is, which you would have to have the money for it, but hopefully people have the money for it. But those could turn into failure to delivers, which is a good thing. NASDAQ is currently up 0.2, Dow Jones is down 0.27, and S&P 500 is down 0.09. We currently have 3,763 advancers to 3,106 decliners. The VIX is up 0.14, VTI is down 0.09, IWD is down 0.25, Tesla is up 0.03, Amazon is up 2.21, Cinemark is up 0.39, Doge is up 0.02, Bitcoin is down 1%, GME is up 1.17, HYMC is down 1.46, Hood is up 3.4, NCMI is up 2.57, and AMC is up 4.17%. We've actually gone down in price and value with this last drop out of this ascending wedge to 1897. Our current inflow versus outflow is $35 million more in outflow than inflow, with 43.69 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. There appears to be some very high volume moving currently through the stock. For example, like 3 minutes ago, we had 414,000 shares having been traded in a single minute. We're starting to see I think this is looking like a lot of volatility. Bollinger Bands are massively spread apart. The birthing canal is open. That's kind of how I view volatility. It's a birthing canal. It's big. She's dilated. Let's take a look at how many shares per or kind of pace we're on for the day today. We've got 279 minutes of trading done so far for the day today. We're on pace to hit about 61.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today at this current pace. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 65 and 85 million. So we've dropped underneath my prediction. But we do have volume starting to spike currently, and we're moving into the power last 2 hours. Not power last 2 hours, but the power hour and the last hour before that. Taking a look at the Vortex indicator, somebody had asked earlier if I had seen that on the Vortex indicator, the buying pressure is crossing over the selling pressure on the weekly, and I do see that. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure, and a divergence of those two values. On the RSI, we have 54.36, which is slightly above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.63, which is above average and almost signaling overbought. On the hourly, More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.62, which is above average and almost signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.16, slightly over average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.11, which is just about average. It does look like we might be pushing off of a bottom on this breakout. Currently at $19.08. We are returning. It looks like we bounced off of 1893 and we're heading back up. Part of the reason for that is when I pull up the Bollinger Bands here, what you're going to see is that we were hugging the bottom side of this Bollinger Band really, really hard. I mean, there's a very strong push down out of the ascending wedge. And usually when that occurs, and when you see us touching the bottom side of it, especially a 3 sigma Bollinger Band, you see price tend to return to the simple moving average, which is what it's doing currently. Whether or not it continues on and beyond the simple moving average is going to be dependent upon how much volatility there is and buying pressure at this time. Currently, I am seeing some more buying pressure than selling pressure, and volatility is kind of leveling out. So it might push through, it might not. We'll have to see in the next few minutes here. With that, though, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Ross says, hold steady, rock strong. Is Pantheon still here? He is. Okay.
Yep, I just muted while you did your thing.
I am probably going to go to break here, I think. I know it's a little bit early, but I kind of would like to get back just a little bit earlier than normal. Because I know normally I've been coming back lately at like 2:10. I'd like to get back by 2 today. So I'm going to leave just a few minutes early here. Did you want to stay and talk to others, or did you, or you know, what are your plans, Pantheon? What do you want to do?
Oh, if you slow down the big tramp just enough, I can roll out the door. So I think I'll probably head out if you're heading on break. I should go touch base with Marcel. So we're talking before we do the video premiere in a couple hours.
That sounds good. All right, that is awesome. I'm really looking forward to seeing the interview. I noticed somebody said, I think myself was saying we can watch both streams at the same time and gives likes to both. I'll probably do that. I'll probably go over to both channels and just head up on it because good job on both y'all for doing all the hard work that you guys have done. So credit where credit's due. So
Thank you, Casey.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime. Thank you for trusting me to kind of look over your questions. And I wish I'm going to be honest with everybody here. I didn't have nearly as good of input as I probably should have given. I mean, his questions were already spot on. The questions him and Marcel came up with were spot on questions. I really didn't need anything from me. I think I added like one bonus part in there, and then the other part was that fun question at the very end. That's about it. So, I think you guys had it nailed down pretty good.
Well, just knowing that you read it and didn't have, red lines everywhere, that made me feel a lot better too. So thanks, Casey. Thanks for letting me pop on here today to talk about it. I appreciate that. Don't sell your AMC, folks. I never tell you to buy and sell, but I'm hodling. I'm selling a share of AMC till the time comes, the juicy, sweet MOASS. Thank you, folks. Take care.
Rock hard.
Rock hard.
It's like the new way of saying wealthy. Take care, friend. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to head out of here, and I will see you guys in a little bit. I'm going to come back at 2 o'clock, and we'll do the power hour together. We'll toast. Casey, you should have made them ask how she eats ribs. No, man, it's wings. It's wings, not ribs. Wings. You got to know how somebody eats their wings, not how they eat ribs. Everybody eats ribs the same way. It's wings. You got to know how somebody eats the wings. That's all different. Everybody eats them differently. Alrighty, guys. Let me put up the note here real quick and put some music on for you. I almost put "we'll be back" after these messages. I'm such a moron. All right. See you guys in a bit.
Are you ready to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. Go premium now. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Welcome to the Power Hour. Gonna do a little toast before we look at the numbers here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wish Amy R a happy birthday. You said that you had a birthday today. Fortunately, can't necessarily provide MOASS on your birthday, but happy birthday to you nonetheless. Hopefully you either had or are going to have a wonderful birthday today. Happy birthday. Cheers to you. Alrighty, let's take a look at our numbers here. Let's see what you guys are saying first before I do. Beach Guide, good to see you. All right, yeah, let's take a look at the numbers here, guys. Price right now is $19.16. We're up 5.27% since I guess market open. I'm sorry. That's based off of that should be based off of previous close, not market open. My bad. I don't know why I said market open. We're up from previous close 95 cents right now. 5.22%. I was sitting there thinking to myself like, that's not right. That doesn't look right. That's based off of market close from yesterday, up 5.11%. And taking a look at the numbers here, two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it may help protect, keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in there. Taking you guys over to the other page, we'll take a look and see what's going on here. Alrighty, off exchange. 54.57 an hour ago and 14.57 in the EDGX. Let's see what those numbers are now. $55.69 through the off exchange and 13.91% through the EDGX, which is 69.6%. That is definitely higher than what it was by about 0.5% from an hour ago. Ortex was reporting a return of 591,000 shares an hour ago. Let's see what it is currently. Wow. Super buffered. All right, 591,000 shares an hour ago. It's now 605,000 shares having been returned. So slight change, but not enough to probably impact the estimated current short share interest of the free float by much. It's at currently 18.65%. Cost of borrow average is at 9.27, max is at 7.94. Shares on loan is down by about $3 to $4 million day over day to 131.76 million shares. An hour ago, the highest strike price for volume was $20 with 33.2 thousand contracts. It is currently 38.4 thousand contracts now. On the puts, the highest amount of volume is at a $17 strike price. An hour ago, it was 9.6 thousand contracts. It's now 10.5. Almost a 4-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, still signaling for a closing price somewhere between 17 and 20. Orders by Fidelity customers. Holy moly. I'm getting serious buffered here. AMC is coming in 7th with 48% buys to 52% sales. GME is coming in at 23rd with 52% buys to 48% sales. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is $16.39. Shares available to borrow. They've only borrowed the extra 50,000 shares that they borrowed an hour ago. And currently the fees are at 6.8%. 69.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 72.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 65.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.35. Dow Jones is up, or down rather, negative 0.22. S&P 500 is down 0.02. We currently have more advancers than decliners with 3,701 advancers to 3,193 decliners. The VIX is down 1%. VTI is up, down 0.01. IWD is down 0.29. Tesla is up 0.04. Amazon is up 2.45. Cinemark up 0.9. Doge is up 0.21. Bitcoin is down 1.2. GME is up 1.63. HYMC is down 2.43. Hood is up 4.68. NCMI is up 2.57. And AMC is up 5.44%. For the day-to-day, there's currently, $33 million more in outflow, I think. No, hold on a second. I can't math right now. $37 million more in outflow than inflow. Total volume so far is 48.5 million shares having been traded for the day-to-day. Let's see if we can figure out where we're going to be in 52 minutes from now. We're on pace for about 55.9 million shares traded by the end of the day-to-day. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 65 to 85 million shares traded by the end of the day-to-day. So it looks like I'm going to end up being wrong by about 10 million shares, roughly. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.67. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.11, which is above average and signaling as overbought. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 69.59, which is above average after having signaled overbought for most of the day-to-day. And it just moved back up into overbought territory, or signal with 7.19 as the value, 70.19%. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.57, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.21, which is slightly above average. Bollinger Bands have a lot of volatility going on in here. We did indeed break out of this ascending wedge earlier. Let's see if I can get a read on where we're headed to now. This would lead us down to a wedge that would break out before market close, which tends to be, we do usually have like kind of a little bit of a run right towards the end of the day. So we're probably like looking in that area right there, sometime between 15:30 and 15:45. We'll probably see a move. As to which direction it'll go, hard to say. Perhaps down. It's hard to say though. Looks like it's already trying to break out right now. This may be a temporary break to the upside here. We're currently at $19.23 and moving upwards. Let me look at the order book here real quick. Yeah, we could be heading up here. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again here. Start with Pam the Trader, who's saying, go AMC. Empire asked if we're live. I am. Pam to the moon. I'm actually not expecting that at all, Stock Whiz. You know, I have to agree with what you're saying there, Yale. I really feel like, we've called this power hour for a long, long time, but in actuality, I really feel like the half from 2 o'clock my time to 2:30 is kind of a takedown point. And I really don't have an answer for that. It just it does seem like that is the case though. I mean, it could potentially be for margin requirements. I don't know for a fact. I doubt that's the case, but I mean, it could be. Myself says rock strong. Sounds like it might be trending. I hear people say hunting for stop losses, and I know that they do, but I don't think that's as much. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, who's selling at these points, right? Like, who's legit setting up stop losses at these price points here? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, it's possible, but it would be people who would be like day/swing trading this thing. I don't care, BBA. I don't care. I don't care about it, Thor Bladed. I don't care one way or the other. Q2 earnings is an hour after market close, and then Pantheon's interview with Marcel and Diane is going to be. I should say Marcel and Pantheon's interview occurs at right as market closes, and I'm probably going to be heading over there and giving those guys some thumbs up for that work. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Ariel. It's a possibility. Um, it's a definite possibility. But I don't think they're finding any diamond-handed apes folding at these prices. Yeah, I know Marcel's going to be doing a stream for that. I don't know. Nobody else has really contacted me and said, "Hey, would you let people know that I'm going to be doing the uh, quarterly meeting?" I would imagine that some of the other YouTube guys probably doing it. There's probably going to be a lot of them covering it. But I'm gonna spend that time with you guys watching, and so maybe you'll catch me around someplace. You'll see me. I might say hi. I might not. I might just be there. You never know. Sometimes I say hi. Sometimes I don't. I'm definitely gonna be watching that interview though. I really want to see that interview. Forrest Bradley saying, "Oh wow, guys, wow. What's going on, Forrest? Oh, good job on on the price. Are you happy with the price? Is that what you're looking at right now?" Yeah, I didn't expect to see it up today. I really did expect to see it down. Casey, won't stop losses begin to be more prevalent as price goes up, though? A lot of people maybe just don't want to go red again as price goes up. I would think stop losses would be a much more of a problem at higher prices. Yes. Remtax says you're allowed to watch. Well, I'm glad you like the price, Forrest. That's good. Yucca Frida, good to see you. Gold mine found lithium. Are you breaking news here, Alan? Earnings starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No, it starts at 5. And I've got the link at the very top of the page here so you can get to it. What was my price prediction for the day today? Oh man, I had 1625 to 1925. I might be the only one who doesn't get the price prediction for the day. Son of a... I thought I was going to be going down. Roseanne says, I'd love to hear your take on the interview afterwards. Well, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Did I trim the cat? No. Well, I did go get my beard kind of cut a little bit, but I mean it was I guess that's a trim. They don't like I don't allow them to cut the length. I just allow them to kind of make sure it's nice and even. I guess that's kind of a trim though. Someone tweeted it. That's what they think. Check Lou's channel. I'll pass. Mm-mm. No, $90, Yucca Frida. 90. 90. No, I'm not going to be on during the earnings call. That's going to be 2 hours. No, an hour past the time I would normally be going, and I'd have to go into it further. However long the meeting is. Yeah, that's all right, Alan. I figure you are what you eat, in regards to your mind. So I try to keep my mind healthy with good stuff. No, 9-0. Yucca Frida. Damn it. Yucca Frida, I know you're just teasing. 90. You're killing me, bro. You're killing me, man. Captain Awesome says, I don't remember eating pure awesomeness. That's because you're awesome now. And it's hard to remember awesome when you've become awesome. Thorblade says wasn't I stream 9 hours a day. 9 hours a day, and I'm gonna take. Oh, come on. Yeah, nope, not staying on longer. You guys can have plenty of people who are streaming it that you can get the information from. You're killing me, Thorbladed. Man, I'm gonna be real close today on my prediction. I mean, I want to see us go up like everybody else, but I don't like losing on my price predictions either, though. Sandy Smith, good afternoon to you as well. You said I've been noticing when the options is between 17 and 20, they try to make both of them go out of the money. Yeah, so something right down the middle, like 18 and a half. Fuzzy Wuzzy says it was nice to hear Pantheon laughing so often here today. You know, man, that's like I'm gonna tell you right now, Fuzzy Wuzzy, like that's like our main weapon against hedge funds. You know, everybody thinks buy and hold is our main weapon, and it is. It is our main weapon, but our defensive weapon is laughter. Believe it or not, it really is. It's laughter. And you know, when we lose that, when we lose our sense of humor, when we can't joke around, then we've lost. Peach Guy says Lou needs a bra. Look at you guys cracking the jokes today. It's like you guys all turned into comedians overnight. They're pushing us down here, guys. They're pushing us down. It was a little tiny blip outside the wedge here, which if I were to redraw this, it would just basically have me putting the same wedge that we have going on here. It just kind of extends out the period of time where the breakout's going to be. So more than likely, there's a good chance that we might see this close somewhere within that range, perhaps somewhere between 1903 and 1924. Unless we get like a really strong push. I know lately we've been seeing some major volume coming through the final couple minutes of the day. And I think they're trying to close out orders that are due. BioLife Hemp says, I added up the times you were late back to stream over the last year. It's 2 hours, 51 minutes, and 12 seconds. We want to cash in the time today so you can stay for the interview and earnings. I'm gonna have you I'm gonna have you get with my accountant for my super chats BioLife, and he will discuss with you money terms to pay you back. Yes, yo, let's take a look at OBV. Why don't we? Oh man, this is a jacked up looking chart. Hold on a second while I delete this OBV real quick. I want to put a new one in and get rid of this junk in here. Oh man, I just spilled my drink all over my keyboard. No! That sucked. Alright, napkin. Ah, man. Keyboard's still working. Temporarily. Let's see here. Unbalanced volume. So if I just zoom in on this, you can see OBV has been rising. Unbalanced volume is rising as trading has occurred. Is it proportional to where price is moving to? Not really. So if you look at it, you can see the price. If I line this up like right on it, you can see price is starting to move away from where OBV is. However, if I were to line up some of the old previous points from the past, like here, you would see that price hasn't really caught back up with where OBV is suggesting price should be. But there's actually much longer periods of time that I would need to drag this down in order for me to suggest that price has moved to a more reasonable amount compared to historicals. But what I'm trying to show you though is that unbalanced volume is showing an increase. So there are buyers. We have real buying volume coming in. But since we've been watching the AMC's fidelity data, what I'm going to say is that I'm like worried about my keyboard right now. What I would say is that we've seen. Sorry, give me a second here. Lost my train of thought while I'm trying to clean this mess up here. On fidelity, we've seen that AMC has kind of struggled with their buy-sell ratios lately, so it doesn't seem like retail is really where the buying pressure is coming from. It seems to me like it's more institutional buying pressure. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there. You know, it does appear like most of our buying pressure right now is coming from institutions. As ever since GME went into a dividend state, we've seen buying pressure for AMC fall. Say bye-bye to Drinky Drink. Yeah, I know, and I even had to throw some. I'm gonna finish off the rest of this here though, because most of the drink stayed in the cup. Luckily, it was only part of it that spilled out. Gone now. I was leaning back in my chair when I just kind of reached, and I shouldn't have reached while I was leaning back in my chair because my hand lazily drug right over the top of the glass, right on top of the keyboard. It's all right though. It's still working. Doug says, "You remember when you said you were going to try to slow down on your drink?" Did I say that? I don't think I ever said that. Doug says this is a sign you need to stop. Yucca Frida says that's a sign you need to drink them faster. I agree. Broken Mug says, Casey, this is your accountant. Could you please contact the office? Few things to run through. Did you buy a liquor store? Might as well have. Dude, Yucca Frida, I would never, like, I understand where you're going with that, with pouring the liquid back into the cup. I think I'm gonna pass. Because I know it's gonna, no, and I'm not even tipsy at all. Not in the least. Laptops are a little bit different because there's a lot of components that are right directly underneath the keys. Luckily, with keyboards, they have a little bit of a well underneath them where they can survive small spills. So far, I think it's okay. I've even got a backlit keyboard here, and it's still lit up quite nicely. No keys are out. Everything seems to be good. And it was alcohol, which is not bad. You know, alcohol's of the things that you're going to spill on your keyboard. Alcohol is probably one of the better ones. Rose says I drink champagne. I did drink champagne out of my wife's shoe at our wedding reception. Ew. That's a whole different, that's a new level, man. Um yeah, that's special. That's special right there. She's got to have some amazing feet. Brandon says just wait till the buttons stick tomorrow. Man, if the buttons are sticking tomorrow, Brandon, you know what's going to happen. I'm going to be in here tearing apart my keyboard, pulling off every single one of these. I'm going to lose more than just my period. I'm going to be pulling off all these keys. I'm going to be soaking them while I'm doing the stream. Oh yeah, it's going to be painful tomorrow. You're going to see me typing all kinds of weird junk. Pebble says just clean it now while you stream the earnings. You guys, I'm not going to do it. It's like you don't understand. It's man, I wish you guys could see what I'm like after this is done. I'm mashed potatoes for a brain after I'm done with 9 hours, and I really just don't. I want to just sit down and relax. Sometimes I shut my eyes and I fall asleep for a couple hours. Like you just never know. It's tough, man. I'm pretty sure Marcel's doing one, Doug. I know. I think Tony's covering it. I'm not positive, but I think Tony might be. I'm pretty sure there's some others. I was on just a little bit ago and I saw a couple different streams going. Oh, by the way, I saw that I had lots of messages and I haven't checked my messages yet today. Uh-oh, my computer's starting to do funny things. Yep, my keyboard might be starting to fritz out on me here. Oh yeah, definitely fritzing out. Wow. Okay, well, first signs of bad things. The down arrow is definitely consistently being pressed. Let me see if I can't fix this real quick here. It might actually be the left arrow or right arrow. It's definitely the right key button. Not good. Well, everything's still working even though it's getting constantly pressed. Man, did I only lose one key? Hold on a second. I gotta see what this looks like when I go over to Excel. Oh, that's awesome. Ish. Yucca says disconnect it for 30 seconds and replug it back in. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. That seemed to do the trick. It's working. Nope. Never mind. It didn't do the trick. Still not working. That sucks. Press Alt F4 before you reattach the keyboard. I'll have to try and problem solve this. See, this is even more of a sign why I need to make sure I end the stream. See if I can't figure out what's going on with this keyboard. Luckily, I think I have a spare keyboard somewhere. Yeah, nothing happens when I push the key. It just makes it worse. Oh, I wonder if it's an... You know, it may not be the arrow button. I wonder if it's a directional arrow. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Don't worry about it. Not a problem. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Take apart all the keys and clean up underneath it. It's probably something. One of the buttons in here is probably jacked up. F's in the chat for the keyboard. Luckily, it's not causing. Oh, look! If I click on the screen, oh shoot! I shouldn't have clicked on the screen. Dang it! Now I don't know how I'm gonna get us back to looking at this Oh no, this is not good. I shouldn't have. Let's see if I hit auto. Oh man, that's rough. Yep, we're out of commission here. Hold on, let me unplug it again and see if